All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 11th, 2023 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I now call this meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting an audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast. I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by standing and stating their name and address. Okay. Seeing none, at this time, I would ask that anybody who has a cell phone with them, including myself, place it on silent mode so that we are not interrupted for the meeting. And I would like to open the meeting by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Byrne, would you kindly lead us in that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. All right. I wanted to have a brief announcement before we started. There is a meeting on this Thursday, April the 13th, regarding the development of the next stage of the Twin City Rail Trail. I think it is a great meeting to participate in and add any questions or comments or content to. The meeting is available by remote participation, so it's going to be easy to participate. And I believe that link is available. I've seen it on several city councilors' websites, as well as on the city's webpage. So I encourage anybody who has an interest to attend. The first meeting matter we have before us tonight is ZBA 2022-13. That is Adam Pishtadian, 76 Pritchard Street. This is a review of a special permit to reinstate a vacant or abandoned building from one non-conforming use to a less detrimental use, that is a 4 to a 2 family, pursuant to section 181.332 in residential C district. Is there anybody here in person or remotely who wishes to speak on this matter? If so, please raise your hand. I see none. Ms. Mata, have we had any communication regarding a request for a continuance or anything?
No, I tried to call today and no service on the phone.
Okay.
But he was leaving the country, right?
He was, at the last meeting, he was
Right.
here. He was traveling out of the country to
Right.
visit family.
Yeah, so maybe he's not back yet.
He might not be. He might have been delayed by circumstances. Does anybody have any observations they want to share on the property from the board?
The bridge is not done yet. I noticed that.
Is this him coming in?
Yes.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
good.
He made it back.
Oh, look at that.
Welcome, sir.
Went to the other building, everything is closed. I said, oh my God, what's going to happen?
No, we've just called your matter.
Just
so
called
you
you.
can sit to the table, please.
Take the hot seat.
Please sit at the table. We just called your matter.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. We were just discussing that you had traveled out of the country and wondering if you were back yet.
Yeah, I was just got back about 5 days ago. But I've been working on it anyway, doing the floors and stuff and doing some guy came to do some wiring. Actually, the guy, before I go, he did some wiring and then he got my money. When I came back, he's gone. I can't find him.
Oh, no.
But anyway, I got to get another guy to do that.
Okay. I'm going to say that driving by the property, I think you might have done some work on the front granite steps, but I
I
didn't see
did.
anything else going on the
I
exterior.
did that, and I got rid of some of the steps on the side. We were supposed to take it out. I did that, and I was just had a lot of problem overseas with my families there, and I will take care of it. It will be, I'm just going to show next time. I'm going to show a lot of things done. I'm working. I'm really trying hard.
So you can have a seat, by the way, sir, if you'd like. You don't need to stand.
Thank you.
But I appreciate it, standing most of my life in courtrooms. I'm just going to read the conditions
Yeah.
that we have so we can go through where you are with them, okay? The first floor is going to be a 2-bedroom. The second floor is no more than 4 bedrooms. And that's just an existing condition, not something to report on.
We talked about it. I really needed 3-bedroom. Well, let's finish it and then we see, because it's a big house, plenty of room, and I have 2 kids, and I have 1 baby and 1 17 years old son, and my family's overseas. I'm trying to bring them over, but well,
No,
relocation takes time. But anyway, that I do really need that. I really appreciate if you help me out on that.
So I'll let other board members respond to that request if they wish. The next condition is that the project was to be completed within 16 months, and that was the extended amount of time that we had granted.
Yes.
So that brings us, I believe, to October of this year.
Of this year? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you see any problem complying with that at this point in time?
I can't say at this time, but I want to show more work done on it, and then you see. Actually, inside is just, outside is done, except I'm going to do some railing and stuff on the steps. And inside is just the flooring, and I did some work on the bathroom, the floor, and the tile and stuff is done, but hopefully, it should be done by that. But if I need a little bit more time at that time, I ask for it. But I want to try, push it to get it done. Because if my family, they give them a visa, they got to come in. So I do need the house.
The front porch is to be repaired or replaced.
I got to repair that. I will repair it, but it doesn't look that bad. I just got to get it. Some of the boards are a little bit soft, probably put another board on top of them,
Okay.
and make them nice and even.
So just when we have imposed conditions on a special permit,
Yes.
those are not suggestions. They are requirements.
Okay.
And I think that the board can be a little flexible on time. We understand that projects don't kind of go as you plan
I appreciate
all
it.
the time. But when we've imposed a condition about something needs to be done,
Okay.
it's really not up for discussion
I have
again.
no problem with that.
Okay.
I'm sure I make satisfaction.
Yeah, so I'm just looking for what the update is. And if you've made progress, that's great. If you haven't, let us know, that's
I
fine.
definitely will.
Okay.
That I promise.
The granite steps you said you're working on.
Oh, it's granite is done, except a little bit more left. It's not normal granite. Granite was really hard. Now I just got to get the rest of it done. So put the railing on it and get the steps. The last step has got to be trying to match it with the rest of it. I don't have any more granite that kind, and I don't find it anywhere. But I'm going to make some granite pieces, make it look like that. So that's the last step.
Yeah, I think the requirement was similar. So it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but similar.
Thank you.
So, the dormer and the right-hand stairwell are to be removed within 3 months after your occupancy permit issue, so that's not to be done yet.
The bridge on the top, the fire department told me that they might need that to just repair it and keep it there, but that's up to you guys.
So it's to meet with all safety requirements from the fire department.
Sure. I will go to them and ask them again.
Yes, Mr. McLaughlin?
I know we had talked about wanting that removed. If the board feels that it does need to be remain, I would most certainly want to see that completely removed and rebuilt to code because it's in horrific shape.
The wording is replaced and meet with fire safety requirements, so I think that's what it states
That's fine.
in the addition.
I have no problem with that.
Any other fire safety requirements from the fire department should be
They came
complied
and
with?
they looked, they checked the things and they told me just do these few things and I'm done with that.
Good.
Now, we're not the fire department and we don't
Yeah.
make those laws.
They gotta come look anyway.
My question, I guess, just out loud for talking points is simply, if none of the other houses have a moat, why does that house need a moat? I don't know the answer, but I think I'm throwing that out there to you because if you can remove it and remove the door, maybe it saves you some money.
Remove the door, on the bridge, remove the door and do what? Close it up?
So,
Is that what you're asking?
Mr. McLaughlin, right now it says replace, which does, of course, mean take down, but also means rebuild. And if we wanted to have removal, we would need to modify the condition. And if we were going to do that, I would say removed or replaced in compliance with the fire department.
Okay.
Just if the fire department needs it for access or prefers it for access, I want to make sure that they have that available. And just the last two conditions, third floor is not to be a living space, so nobody lives on the third floor, and then the review date. So I'm going to open this up for any other board questions that we have at this time.
No questions from me.
Mr. Gallagher.
Yes. Good evening, Adam.
And good evening.
You had mentioned an addition of bedrooms on this request that we have, actually, first floor, to be a two-bedroom. Is that still the plan on the first floor?
It's 4-bedroom. It was a 4-bedroom.
On the second floor, sir.
Yeah,
But
on the
on the first floor unit I'm talking about.
You're talking about second floor or first floor?
The first floor unit.
Yeah, the first floor was 4-bedroom. Now, they said to change it, I changed it to 3-bedroom, and I do need 3, it's a huge house. I mean, it's plenty of room. I don't see what purpose is that to make it to 2-bedroom.
Okay. So my question was, the condition here was 2. You're requesting a 3?
Yes.
Just for clarification, I'd like to know.
Yes,
Okay. And on the second floor, I have it here for 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
Is that the same on the second floor?
yeah, that's the 4-bedroom.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Okay.
This is going to be a two-family, correct?
Yes.
I think there's no request. We have already
Right, those are the conditions.
conditions.
Okay. I'm just going to speak to my concern about changing the number of bedrooms. The reason we limit the number of bedrooms is to decrease the density in a neighborhood, how many people are living there and the impact they have on the neighborhood. And in your case, you have a building with no parking whatsoever. And while you may be occupying it just with your family, and I appreciate that, the any subsequent persons who buy the building after you may not be occupying it with family, and now we may have 4 separate people renting on the second floor and 3 separate people renting on the first floor, and that would mean up to 7 more cars on the road where there is no parking.
Can you put a condition on it that if I sell the property, I sell it as a 2-bedroom downstairs? And if I sell that way you can put I can only sell it as a 2-bedroom. but I do need it. I mean, okay, you can say 2-bedroom, but the room is there. My family is there. I'm sure my son gonna go to another room. But, you know, you want to make it call it 2-bedroom. Okay, I'm being honest to you. I do need that room. I mean, I don't need 4, it's 3. I have me and my wife and a baby and then my son, 4. So we do need 3-bedroom. But if you say, no, don't make it bedroom, so I can't put the closet in it, but my son gonna go to that room anyway, you know? I'm being honest to you.
Yeah. I would say the closet isn't the defining factor, but if you remove the door, it might be considered an office or a den. If you remove the privacy element, that would be not a bedroom.
If I remove the door so we can't get in?
So it's not, no, remove the door so it's open, so it's not
Oh,
private.
okay, so
Just a
just not leave the
That
door
way you
on
could
it.
call it an office
Okay.
as opposed to a bedroom.
Yeah.
Permanently remove the door. That's one option instead of rearranging all the framing.
Okay, okay, that, I can do that,
Okay.
you know, that.
But it would
I'll
be,
put
like
the-
you said, it would be illegal to, it would be, still be illegally two-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, so I put the curtain on it if my son wants to go there. I told him that's the requirement, so.
Or a baby does not really need that much privacy. A
Yeah,
baby.
that too.
But I think from my perspective, I would like to keep it on the books as 2 bedrooms on the first floor, 4 on the second.
Which floor has more occupancy space?
Second floor. But even the first floor is huge. I mean, I have a room, I don't know what to do with it. I'm gonna make it, call it a laundry room. I mean, I'm not.
It's not really overly excessive. I mean, we had the tour.
Yeah, okay.
So I am going to read in, we have 2 comments, one from the Board of Health. This property has been vacant a long time and has changed ownership numerous times without any changes. I would like to see this building rehabbed and reinstated as it brings down the neighborhood in that area being vacant. And the second comment is from Building Inspection Services. Since my site inspection on November 2nd of '22, I have not heard anything from the applicant. He was told at that time to have a licensed plumber and electrician apply for permits, but there aren't any as of March 31st of '23.
I didn't have the plumber, but I had the electrician, but he disappeared. I mean, I'm gonna get another one. I need that to finish the house, with the plumber and electrician.
So just a warning, sir, that it's the owner's responsibility to pull the permits.
Yes,
So it's the owner's responsibility to check with the electrician or the plumber and have them show you the permits
Yes.
that they've received.
I know, the guy told me, he said, I can call up and get it anytime, so he started working. And then one day, I mean, after a few days, I said, why don't you go get that, so at least we feel better. He went to get it, he said, oh, I don't have a building permit, you don't have a building permit, so I didn't know that. He's supposed to get that first. And then he left, and then when I left the country, I mean, I came back, he was gone, I can't find him. But I definitely need that. I'm gonna get that, I promise. I definitely, I can do not without it.
You know, I too have hired people to work on my house and found that they didn't pull the permits that I expected them to. But that was my own fault because I didn't check for them. I trusted that they would do them. And so what you need to do is make sure that you see the permits.
Yeah, definitely.
If you have any question about that, go to the building department and see if you have the permits, okay?
I do believe you can look them up online too, online permitting. You can just check from your phone, go on the city's website.
Oh, no, I mean, this time I tell them first to go get the permit and then come
Yeah,
back.
I'm just saying if they tell you they did it, you can double check very easily, very easily.
Yes.
So I don't see that I have any other department comments to read. Does any other board member have a question for the applicant? Or, excuse me, the permit holder? You've already been granted.
Just one, actually. So the second floor, you're going to rent?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's it.
Okay.
I'm a little perplexed that we are allowed for 4 bedrooms on the second floor. I don't recall that.
There were, my recollection is that upon the tour, there were 5 bedrooms on the second floor, and upon request, he reduced that to 4. So, we
Just
have.
think about this more and more with the challenge of parking and access to the property, that the more people, the more challenging it is, the more impact it is on the neighborhood. And if he hasn't gone anywhere with the project, thinking 3 bedrooms is a better decision for the 3rd floor. Second floor.
3 and 3.
But just a
I don't
thought.
know that I'm inclined to readdress that since we already reached the decision. I'm also not inclined to expand the number of bedrooms to 3 on the first floor personally. If other board members are interested, I'd be willing to consider a change to the bridge at the back, as discussed, remove or replace in accordance with fire.
Was there feedback from the fire department that they want it there?
That was my informal discussion orally with the fire marshal. But I don't know that I don't think we've seen anything in writing on that issue. Mr. Barbadaro has his hand up, and I've been talking and not seeing that, so I'm going to ask him to speak on this and anything else he'd like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments to the applicant and to the board. It looks to me like that bridge might be necessary to get people in and out of that building, but I'm going to have the inspector who's reviewing the project take a careful look at it. This will be our last chance, if that bridge is to remain, to make sure that it is kept in a stable and safe condition, because it's a 2-family now, and we won't be able to review it every 5 years like we would with a multi-family building. So if you could include some language that, if that bridge is required to remain, that it be made safe. And then secondly, I just wanted to let the applicant know that we've stopped his permit because I can't find a recording of the decision at the Registry of Deeds site. So please, applicant, come down and talk to Mercedes or call her in the morning, or mid to late morning, because she's going to be here late tonight, and ask her how to record the special permit decision, because unless and until that's done, you won't be able to work on the building. It's very simple to do. It takes you about an hour of your time to get it done, but it's got to be done during business hours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
So I didn't get it. I didn't pay for the permit?
Once the decision is rendered, so the written decision that was issued, that has to be put on record at the Registry of Deeds, which is about a street back from us.
Yes.
And Ms. Mata would be happy to give you some directions on how to do that.
So I got to go over there tomorrow?
Yeah. But that stop order means that until you finish that,
Yeah, I will do that first thing in the morning.
it's very simple. You just
No,
got to
no
take it
problem.
over there and be
I
recorded.
have no idea. I just didn't know about it.
Okay,
I do that first thing in the morning.
thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I'd look for a motion to revise condition 6.
Just for clarification, because it's been a while, Madam Chair. The 3rd floor has the access from Pleasant Street to it by the moat, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, but I also think that there's a step down.
It has
How
two
do you-
access.
Fire kit.
One to Pleasant Street, one to the Pritchard Street.
Okay, so let me back up. The second egress to the 2nd floor, where is it?
The second, the door,
second exit.
The exit is to Pleasant Street. It goes to the deck from the house, and then from the deck it goes to the street.
Okay, and then is the bridge separate?
No, bridge is in the back, has nothing to do with this.
Okay,
The bridge
so
is-
what I'm getting at is, I know we talked about this, but if this third floor is not going to be occupied, then why do we need that bridge?
For the fire department,
Okay.
they said they want to get into it.
Okay.
Plus, that's my
So if we need the
storage.
bridge, I would definitely like to see it rebuilt, not fixed, because in the event that the fire department needs to use it, it has to be able to carry proper weight,
Yeah, I have no problem with
which
that.
is obviously determined by the building department.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just afraid of having this repaired, and then in 5 years, it's in disrepair.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna put a new foundation on it. I mean, this concrete cement to the ground, 4 feet down, make another more leg for it, and make it solid, so the fire department is very happy
And
to see that.
it'd be nice to have a timeline on that, because if it's a safety issue and we keep kicking it down the road, whether it's occupied or not, they need to be able to get into the building or to the building.
Okay. So I'm going to propose, without, for discussion, the following amendment to condition number 6. The existing walkway from Pleasant Street to the third floor of the structure be removed, or, if required by the fire department, replaced in accordance with all safety and code requirements.
Thank you.
I don't think we need a second time
Okay.
issue because we have a completion date on here of 16 months. Okay? So, and then the other thing for discussion would be, what would we want for a review date? When do you think you would be having made some substantial progress on the project?
I have a matter of, next time you have a hearing, I'll come over here and,
I don't want to have you back here every month.
no, not every
No.
month, no.
No.
I gotta go back to my family in about a matter of maybe 2 months. I mean, that's really hurting me. Well, hopefully, if I get them, bring them here, I don't have to go no more. I'll be here. But in the meantime,
So we have a meeting in June, on June 13th, and then one in July, on July 11th.
June. I get it on July.
Okay. And then finally, I have been talking about looking at the special permits being recorded and requiring that. And I think an additional condition stating that the special permit will expire if it's not recorded within 45 days might be appropriate as an additional condition.
Have the applicant
Deliver a recorded copy to the building department. Okay. So unless there's other comment, I'm looking for a motion to continue the review.
make a motion on ZBA 2022-13 to continue the review until July's meeting, which is
July 11th.
July 11th, and all conditions stated by the chair be amended as mentioned.
On number
Second.
6. Just on your motion,
Number
amending,
six.
amending number 6 as discussed, adding a condition for recording within 45 days, or the permit will expire, and a copy produced to the building department. And since you intend to do that tomorrow, that would be, should be plenty of time.
No, definitely I'll go there tomorrow.
Thank you.
I didn't know that, I mean.
Okay. Second stands on that motion.
True.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? All right.
Thank you.
I wish you good luck, sir. I hope you make some good progress by the next time we see you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I will. Do I need anything to do that tomorrow? I'll come to see you tomorrow. All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
gotta move faster. That was a half an hour on that one.
Well, luckily, we have some correspondence from the next matter, which is ZBA 2022-33, 109 Oak Hill Road, Christopher Cordio, review of a special permit issued. And we received a phone call from Mr. Cordio on April 3rd, asking for some additional time on his special permit review and requesting a continuance to June 13th. And I don't have any response from, Board of Health had no issues to report on that, and I don't have, and then from Building Inspection Services, the comment is, I have a building permit application from August 4th of '22, at which time he was given a list of required documents needed to review, stamp plans, site plans, architect code review, et cetera, has not received anything as of March 31st. I did make an inquiry with the License Commission as well. There's no application that's yet been submitted on this property with the License Commission.
Michael and I were both there this evening, and it looks like nothing has been done. There's still trash around a bit, outside the building, in the back of the building. And
Yeah, I agree. I go by it all the time. And he hasn't been working yet, but he hasn't permit. So if that makes sense. Trash could get cleaned, but
Yep, so it's a good thing he's not been working there. So we already have a fairly full agenda for May, so I'm not unhappy about continuing this to June. And so if there's no other comment, I'd look for a motion for the continuance.
Do we even want to hear it in June? Because, I mean, zero work has been done and a permit hasn't been pulled. So in June, are we just going to, he's going to come in and just kind of say, I really haven't done anything yet, and then we...
Might happen.
August, May, June.
We could go to July. I don't want to go to September. And of course, we have no August meeting.
Yeah, okay. Just a thought. Make a motion on ZBA 2022-33 to continue until June 13th. And that is for the property at 109 Oak Hill Road.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? That is continued to June 13th. Next matter on our agenda is ZBA 2022-21, 447 Water Street. This is Tara Pena. This is review of a special permit to continue the business operation of an auto dealership and repair facility pursuant to 181.313D11 and 12. And I believe that I see Ms. Pena in the attendees. All right. So, Ms. Pena, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Welcome to the meeting. How have you been?
I've been well. How about you?
I've been ill, but that's okay.
Oh,
Okay. Can you hear my voice today?
oh.
So we are here to review the special permit, and I did want to say that I know that one of the outstanding issues was the chain link fence in the back, and I did drive by today and see that had been replaced, so I assume that's been resolved?
Yes, it has.
Good, good, glad to hear it. So I am going to review the conditions, and if you can just give me a response on each condition. So the first is to be operated according to the submitted plan dated June 9th, 2018.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask for your response at this time and any comments from the board after. No plastic or vinyl banners, professional signage only.
Correct.
The third is no exterior storage of junk and no inoperable or dismantled vehicles outside of the property.
Correct.
No parking on the sidewalk or street.
Correct.
Your hours of operation are Monday through Friday at 8:30 to 7:30 and Saturday 9 to 3, Sunday closed.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you are still, or Pena Motors LLC is still the owner and operator of the business?
That is correct.
Okay. Condition 7 is not to operate as a public nuisance. Have you received any complaints for neighbors or abutters?
No, we have not.
Okay. Property owner to remove and replace chain link fence, as we discussed. Although I will say our condition is for vinyl or superior product at the time of the review. I believe you have a chain link fence that's up there.
Okay, I think then there's been, because I believed it to be vinyl as well. That's what I thought. So I was under the assumption that you meant an opaque so that you couldn't see through. But when I discussed this with my husband, he told me that Harold, Harold Mateo, the property owner, because we've kind of been working with him on this, he is the one who found the fence installer for us, and he is the one that told my husband that it had to be the metal chain link. That's what we were told by the owner. So that's the direction that we went in.
Did he give a reason?
That's what the board had told him.
Okay. Condition 9 is property owner to remove signposts, concrete, and wires. Has that been completed?
I don't know that he has done that. I don't know that. I don't have a confirmation on that, no.
Okay. And then the last condition was review actually prior to this, but continued to today. So I'm going to ask if anyone else is here who would like to speak on this matter. And I don't see anyone in person, the attendees online, I don't see. Mr. Commissioner, you have your hand up.
Yeah, same issue as with the last property. The decision, or if it's recorded, I cannot find it at the Registry of Deeds. And special permits are not effective until they are recorded. So to Ms. Pena, technically speaking, she's operating without permission. So that until that decision gets recorded, it must be recorded.
Okay. So Ms. Pena, if you can give Ms. Mata a call tomorrow, she can give you some instructions about making sure that the written decision that you got for the special permit goes on record at the Registry of Deeds.
You mean the decision today?
The one that was issued in, the one that was issued previously and recorded and filed with the clerk's office, so the one you originally received.
Oh, I didn't realize that I missed a step with that. I apologize. I didn't know.
It's all right. It's an amendable issue, so.
Okay.
If you can just give her a call tomorrow, and like the last gentleman, we'll probably add a condition that says if it's not recorded and a copy produced within 45 days, the permit will expire. Very easy to do. You won't have any trouble doing it. Okay?
Will do. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions from the board for the permit holder? Mr. Chartrand, any questions?
No.
Mr. Byrne, any questions? Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe condition 9 has not been completed. The last time I had visited the site, the jagged metal was still above the ground along with the wires exposed.
And then, Mr. McLaughlin, any comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we look at these projects and get a parking plan, you know, it's kind of a flat visual, right? I've gone by the property probably 3 days a week for the last several months, and it just seems like there's too many vehicles on the property. There are vehicles that are being parked out front on the sidewalk. Now, there is no sidewalk per se, but it's impeding. Pedestrians are going to have to walk in the front. It's done a nice job. It's clean, but there appears to be more vehicles on the property than there should. And then after, you know, the recent snowstorm, you kind of look at how snow removal impacts vehicles. In the rear right, if you look at the parking plan, where it says there'll be storage, there are vehicles in that corner as well. So I think the board should either maybe take a look at some on-site visits and, you know, just review what is really safe and how many vehicles, which we didn't have as a condition, and which kind of surprises me, but that we don't have a maximum number of vehicles for sale and some outline and designated employee parking, and where customers are going to pull in as well so they can safely pull in and leave without having to back out into the street. Other than that, I think they've done a nice job.
Okay, so I will disagree with you that we don't have it in the decision. The first condition is that it's to be operated according to the plan from 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And on that plan, we have 9 designated spaces.
Right.
According to the plan.
Correct.
1 and 2 are for employee parking. 3 and 4 are for customer parking. And then 5 through 9 are for vehicle display. So I think
Okay.
the plan does incorporate the concerns that you have about that.
I'm looking at vehicles for sale.
Vehicle display.
Yes. In the center area has vehicles for sale, not parking.
That's right.
So that's, and I apologize because when I'm looking at, it might not be what you had marked up, or I don't have the whole picture, so, but that's, my concern is vehicles and what the designated spots are for. And again, I try to give the benefit of the doubt, and that's a access in and out of the city that I travel on a regular basis, so I've been trying to be conscious of what's going on there.
So, Ms. Pena, I assume that you have a copy of the plan because it was part of your application to us.
I do. I don't have it in front of me, but I have seen it. I know our license allows for 8 vehicles for sale, and I don't believe we have more than that for sale at the moment on the lot.
So we have a conflict between the license that was granted to you for selling vehicles and the zoning decision.
I will say this, we're getting very busy. And we know that we need to come up with a solution for this because the business is growing. So we are actively looking to purchase, not to lease, but to purchase another lot, essentially. So because we know we can't, you know, it's trying to maintain the service station with people coming in and out. Our mechanic is fabulous and he's really busy. And the car is coming in and out as well. So we know it's not the ideal, the best solution. You know, we always wanted something a little bit bigger, but that's all that was available to us at the time. And so we figured it was a good way to get our feet wet with this and see where it goes. So we are, you know, I am speaking with a commercial, I am a real estate agent, but I don't have, you know, the knowledge about on the commercial side of it. So I know that doesn't help immediately with what the issue is right now, but that is our plans for whatever that's worth.
Okay. So I just would like to tell you that I've certainly gone by and seen that you are very busy. I'm very pleased to see it. I mean, I'm very pleased that you're successful, that the business is going well. And in looking at enforcement of the conditions that we've imposed, I want to be careful that we are, enforcing them for a reason and to serve a purpose. The main purpose I see right now is the safety of customers pulling into the parking lot and having a place to park, which is currently being occupied by vehicles that are very nicely displayed for sale in the middle front. And so I hear you on the size of the lot. It's not a big lot at all. And I am, I think that you have all of those cars that you're allowed to have for sale. I think you have fit all of them in on the right-hand side, which is an exercise in creative parking, to say the least. Does a board member have a suggestion on resolution of this issue?
Madam Chair, if I may, it looks like, thanks to Mercedes, when the case was initially before us, that there were two plans submitted for parking. One of them shows 8, and one of them shows 5. And it looks like we approved 5, but my curiosity would be to Ms. Pina is what got submitted to City Council? Was it 5 or 8?
It was 8 because we used the survey that Harold had originally had done. He had, passed that on to us, and as far as I knew, it was still valid or good to use, and that's all we ever saw. So that's why, we were approved for 8. I don't recall anything with 5.
I believe what had happened is that this is not an allowed use in the district anymore, as my recollection is. And so this was a continuation of what had been approved previously. The June 9, 2018 plan is what had been approved previously.
Right.
Which is what we could continue doing. But
she just mentioned that they submitted for 8.
They did. So now we have a contradiction between the licensing and the zoning.
I don't think there's a contradiction. The permit is for 5.
But the licensing approved 8. Yeah.
I might make a suggestion that you're saying you're getting really busy with the repair business, correct?
With both equally, I think. Amari couldn't be on this call. He had to go to New York for business. So, I'm not there as often as him, and I apologize. I can get more clarification on it, but from what I believe it's pretty equal. It might appear that the service station is busier just because the cars move more.
Yeah. I mean, what I was getting at is in the future, the soon future, possibly separating them? Because it's a good location visibly, but on River Street, we have empty buildings over there and car that's in the CNA district. So, and this is not like you said, it's not a permitted use. So I think that ultimately splitting that up would be the best way to go about it. Because you can display them there and just close the deals at the office.
Ms. Pena, do you think that you'll resolve the question of whether or not you're going to move within the next 6 months?
I would say that we'll have much stronger clarification on what's going to happen within 6 months. Whether the move will actually take place, I'm not sure. I think some of this is going to depend on financing as well. If we had the funds available, it would be a lot quicker for, I believe, for us to be able to purchase something. But I also have, investigation I have to do. I've already contacted a couple local attorneys to find out, there's, depending on how the lot is zoned and, how what we can do with the license and do we need it. There's still a lot of research I have to do, and, running another business as well. It's a lot. So I like I said, I think there will be stronger clarification. I also am going to have a very in-depth conversation with Amari when he returns late tonight to discuss what is exactly, going on up there, and, to see for myself on a more daily basis, exactly, to have a conversation with him about how these cars are being parked. If you feel that middle center part, if we can try to get any cars for sale out of that area, I think that might alleviate some of this immediately. Mm-hmm. So that space is just reserved solely for customers.
Okay. I think that making sure you have those 2 spots open for customers parking, for me,
I also need to speak with him. I did not believe, because every time I've been there, I've never seen them park cars on the street or on the sidewalk, and I understand that is completely prohibited. So that is something else I'm going to speak with him about, because I don't want to see anybody doing that.
Okay. So my suggestion is going to be that we review this issue, but not too soon. I think I'd be looking for a September review. I would be looking for compliance with the customer parking spots immediately. And then I would also be looking for the decision to be recorded, or that it would expire within 45 days. And then what I'd like to receive is a written response on the removal of the signpost, concrete, and wires. So you'll need to talk to Mr. Mateo about that, and give us an update on when that's going to be done from him.
Okay.
Any other board member have any commentary on that or suggestion?
No, and just for clarification, I think it's great what they're doing. I think it's great that they're flourishing.
Yeah.
But what happens is, if there are vehicles parked in the parking lot and people are visiting to look at the vehicles, naturally, they're just parking on the sidewalk.
Right.
So I think that the reason why we approved a plan of its size was for entrance and exit reasons for vehicles, so they're not backing out, and to get the vehicles off of the street. So that's all. But if you're ready for a motion, I will make that motion under ZBA 2022-21 for the property at 447 Water Street, with the conditions amended and added as stated by the chair, and the review to be on September 12th, 2023.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? We are continued to September 12th. So, Ms. Pena, I am so glad to see that the business is flourishing. If you can just make those little adjustments, I think that'll be really good. And I look forward to your moving to a second location due to your size.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very exciting to hopefully be able to do that.
All right. Have a good night and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Our next matter is ZBA 2023-12, 219 Highland Ave, Mina Gabriel. Hi. How are you? Welcome. Please join us up here at the table. This is a continued request for a special permit under Section 181.94 to reinstate the Variety Convenience Store and add a package store to serve beer and wine in the existing pizza store pursuant to Section 181.313. So welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
At our last meeting, which was the fateful night of March, I believe, the 14th, we had a snowstorm and practically no one could attend. So if you don't mind, I would like you to start off from the beginning describing to the board what you're looking for.
Just looking for the variety store and the convenience store.
Okay. So that's the same thing, variety and convenience
same
store?
Thing, yeah.
Okay. So how long have you owned the property, sir?
It's good in 2 years.
Okay. Right. And it's, you own the business but not the property, or do you
I
own
own just
both?
the business, yeah.
Just the
No,
business?
It's not the property.
Okay. How many employees do you have at the store?
I have like 2.
Okay. Plus yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. When I visited the property, the surrounding properties to the side and behind you had a big chain link fence. What's going on with them?
It's like like they knocked down the houses. There are 2 sides. They already gone.
Okay, so they're all done with that?
Yeah.
When they put up the chain link fence, it looked like they were on your parking lot a bit.
Yeah, it's like I have the paper here for the property parking.
Great.
Want to take a look?
I do, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so there's an existing permit for you to operate the pizza store, and that had required that there be 8 spaces of off-street parking. And I did see while I was there that you have 4 on Highland Ave that are specifically marked for you.
Yep.
And then you're saying you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on the side of the building, and those are diagonal spaces, 8 foot in width. Are they, how long are they? Do you know?
How long for the? Oh, this like a smaller. It's not the bigger. I need to like to make it like a bigger.
Okay. All right. And did you perform the measurements for this? Did you measure?
No, the landlord he did it for us.
Okay. There's a couple copies, so I'm going to pass them down. There was a dumpster when I was there, and it seemed to be blocking the exit.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be the other side, but the problem when they knocked down the house, they have to move it. I have to put it back again.
Okay.
Now once when the truck comes, it comes each other Thursday. I am gonna tell him to move it to other side.
Okay. So is it going to be in the rear of the building, or is it going to be off in the back corner?
No, of the back corner.
Okay.
Back out.
What's your hours of operation?
11 to 9.
What's your occupancy? How many people can be served in the restaurant?
You mean like working in there or?
Number of seats?
The seats?
Yeah.
Around like 30 something. 32.
Do you know what your occupancy permit says? How many people you can have in there?
I
sure.
have.
Probably
I
doesn't
it
have
here,
one
but
because
it's
under
like
50
around-
is considered a B-type use, and they don't
Under 50, okay, thank you.
do certificates.
All right. So you had, I believe, asked for 2 things. You wanted to serve on premises, so have a pouring license for the restaurant, and then you had wanted the convenience store. And we have a determination from the building commissioner that says the pouring license is something that you would be allowed. It's the convenience store that you need the special permit from us. And I'm going to tell you right now that my main concern is with the package part of that, not necessarily convenience store, but the package part of that.
Okay.
Being so close to the college.
Okay.
Do you have any comment on that? No. Do you want to respond to that at all? Is the convenience store a viable option for you? Would you still do it without the package license?
Yeah.
Okay. We do have some correspondence. So we have a letter that I'm going to read from Jay Barai, who is the Vice President for Finance Administration at Fitchburg State. Dear Madam Chair, Fitchburg State University has received notification from the ZBA regarding this case, which will have a public hearing on April 11th. As a direct abutter, Macario's Kitchen has added value in eatery selections to our campus for our students, faculty, and staff. It is the university's understanding that the applicant would like to reinstate a variety convenience store and add a package store to serve beer and wine. The university holds no particular preference on the applicant's application for a special permit. The university trusts the zoning process in place and knows the ZBA will make every consideration of how the potential use reflects the character of the neighborhood and the city at large. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact. So, nice letter from the university. The Board of Health has no comment. And that's it. That's all of the correspondence we have. Before I go to asking the public and board for any questions, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. I'm sure we will have more questions about the particulars of the operation. Opening this up to the public, is there any person here in person or online who would like to speak on this petition? On, for, or against? See none. So I am going to move to board questions. Mr. Chartrand, any questions?
So are you looking to just have a pouring license, or do you want to be able to sell beer to go?
I just was looking to sell beer and wine to go, but it's like, it's no, I don't want to serve, like, if the customer eating there and just to serve a beer and wine, but it's like, if they making a problem, just avoid it. Need to open just the variety store for all customer around.
Yeah. Well, the college didn't say no.
Yeah.
They didn't say yes either, but
They didn't respond.
yeah, they didn't say no and they didn't say yes. But
Okay.
That's really my only concern. I was over there today, actually. I had lunch earlier today. It was
Yeah.
really good.
Thank you.
And I seen what was over there. I don't know what the Fitchburg State is planning to do with that vacant lot, but it's vacant. It's empty. If they created parking, that would be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I think they're gonna create parking for the two sides, but they think they're planning to make it like a green first.
Green space would be good too, yeah. Either of those, or a combination of
Yeah.
both would be really nice over there. It would definitely help. It would complement your business.
Yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
Thank God,
Other than that, I don't see anything else. You said you're going to move the dumpster, because the dumpster
Yeah.
to me looks like it's in the 11th spot right here.
Yeah, right in the corner.
And you're going to try to move it to the back.
Yeah, should be put it back again. It's already back there. So
Okay.
I'm gonna move it the same spot before.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be best, because you want to keep it clear. I
Okay.
mean, when I came in, I parked in the front,
Yeah.
but then I came around the back to leave, which just made, that's a dead end.
I know,
So, I
I
mean,
know,
it makes
I know.
sense to have
They move it already. They asking me so many times to move it because when they knock in the other side of the building, they have to be for them because they put the truck inside there in the parking. That's why they need a space for the truck go back up and go forward.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Byrne?
No, I'm very glad to see that this is going to be brought back on again.
Thank you.
I've known the previous owners, Jimmy and Adaris and his cousin, for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And they ran a great business. They never had any problem there. This beer and wine is an addition, and I don't know how that's going to work, but seeing that the college doesn't care it's coming in, then I'm all for it because it's another revenue stream that's going to open up to the owners of the place, and it'll keep them there in business.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I certainly am happy to see a successful business going there.
Thank you so
So I
much.
congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
My question is on the parking. It seems like it's just marked here on this parking plan 8 feet. Do you know how deep, is that 8 feet to be taken as 8 feet wide? Because our plan is 18 feet deep and 9 feet wide. So I'm just wondering how accurate that is.
Yeah, it's like it's gonna be like it fit in one car, but it's like he just like a measure the parking, and he make like this. He gave it to me that parking for the paperwork.
Okay. And how would the cars exit the parking lot?
They have the backup, or sometimes the customer back up through the building, and then sometimes go right away. They exit this way, or you can turn around the other way.
So there'd be a pass-through behind the building, correct?
Yep. Mhm.
Okay. No further questions, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Mr. McLaughlin?
Place looks the best it's ever been.
Thanks.
Food's the best it's ever been.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comment.
You
Very good food.
Thank you.
I'd like to see the business flourish.
I appreciate it.
Okay, the pouring license, so I can understand, is a matter of right?
The pouring license is a matter of right according to the building commissioner's determination, but that means that they still have to go to the license commission.
Okay.
Still have to go to the license commission. This board doesn't have, you don't need this board's permission, though, to have the pouring license.
Okay.
So I'm okay. The board usually requires a certified parking plan. I don't know if that's required because this is commercial or whatever. I can't really make a determination on that, so I'm going to kind of leave it to the board. As far as the selling of alcohol, it's not quite sure on that, only because of we have a density of underage kids
Yes,
in
I
that
understand.
area.
I understand.
If the pouring thing works for him and it helps him grow and the convenience store helps him grow, I think that's a good start.
Okay.
Okay.
But nice job. We appreciate you coming to
Thank you.
Fitchburg.
Thank you.
So we do have this. So
We
based
do.
on that, you have 64 feet length. So 8 into 64 is 8 spaces. And then minus this, you got about 30 feet. So that would be a little bit tight, but
So there is a survey plan that indicates 64 feet, plus 64 feet along the side of the building, which would indicate 8 spaces at 84 feet on the 90,
Okay, I don't know
but not on the 45.
what the bylaw
you want to pass that down to Mike?
is for a requirement, because that's not something we really
You
delve
don't
too
usually
deep
deal
into.
with the parking
So
plan.
if the parking and the entrance and the egress and the lot, the parking spots meet the criteria and the method to be able to back and turn safely and snow removal and all that, then I'm okay.
All right, so
My line of expertise.
we had a prior decision which compromised the amount of parking required to 8 spaces. And I think because we've been provided with a hand-drawn plan, which shows 4 designated on-street spaces and 8 off-street, I think that we can assume that there are 8 off-street spaces there, provided that the dumpster is moved back to the right corner.
Okay.
Will they be striped?
No.
So I would actually, because I think it's a little bit tight on the back of the building, I do think it would be good to have the spaces striped, as well as having that parking progression be one direction.
Okay.
Because the process of backing out of that
Yep.
onto that street doesn't seem safe.
Okay.
So just a directional arrow painted go around the building to get out.
Okay.
And the spots should meet the criteria.
And the spots should be, meet the criteria. And just so you know what the criteria are, because they have to be a particular size.
Okay.
You're close.
I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of the night.
So it might be less spots. Might have less spots, probably a little wider.
Okay. That's a good idea.
So when you
So
ding Joe's car.
Yeah.
if it's 45-degree parking, which is what angled parking is, it has to be 12.7 feet wide and 25 feet long.
Wow.
If it's 60 degrees, so it's a little bit different of an angle, 10.4 feet wide, 22 feet long. And if it's right angle, if it's 90 degrees, 9 feet wide, 18 feet long.
Okay.
So those parking dimensions are in section 181.5142. And whichever way the parking actually happens, it should be striped, and the striping should meet the dimensional requirements. Okay. And at a minimum of 8 spaces. So you're here on something tonight that you're also going to go to the License Commission on, right? And so I had a little bit of investigation into things that we don't usually look into. I know that it is unusual to have both a pouring license and a package license, but provided you meet the state's requirements, it can be permitted. I know that you can't serve after 11, right? And you can't serve before noon on a Sunday, okay?
Sunday I'm closed.
Sunday closed? Great.
We close at 9.
Monday through Saturday, are you
Yeah,
open?
Monday to Saturday, 11 to 9.
Okay.
One day off, huh?
No Sunday off. Yeah. Thank God, I need the off.
You're going to have to take certain steps in order to serve alcohol or sell it in any way. You're going to have people who are tip certified, and you're going to have to take on the liability for making sure you're not serving to minors, and making sure that you are not over-serving. It is my understanding that due to a recent extension from the governor, you can still have cocktails to go. Yeah.
For alcohol and beer and wine, if they are going to make a problem to open the Friday store, just avoid it.
But everything has to be served with a meal.
Yeah.
The reason I have less concern about the pouring license is because you're going to be responsible for what happens with the alcohol you serve, okay? And the License Commission will no doubt keep on top of you for that. And if you are not careful, as you should be, with, minors who are presenting some very realistic but fake IDs, and people who are being overserved and people who are sharing when they shouldn't. Because you are going to be liable for that and liable to have your license pulled if you're not compliant and careful, I'm more willing to have the pouring license go forward. The package store, I really have concerns about, and I'd like to see how you operate with a pouring license before you operate with a package store. It's going to be, I think, challenging to operate both things at the same time. And if there's those two things going on, I think the package store is going to lose your attention. And the restaurant is going to take priority because there's people there eating, waiting for their food, et cetera. So that's how I personally feel about it, but I am one board member and no more than that. As you said, you would like to operate the convenience store even without the package component? Okay. All right.
One thing about the, if you decide, if you're able to serve alcohol at all, that would open you up to 304 inspections. So both fire and building will be coming every year, because you got to renew that license. So they come in like October, November.
Yeah.
So that'll give a little bit more oversight as far as the maintenance of the building.
And if the board is inclined to allow you to go forward tonight, but without the package license, I certainly, after some time operating under your belt without problem, would take it under reconsideration, or at least I would. But the rest of the members may be inclined to let you go forward. What do I know?
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add before I close the public hearing?
No.
The commissioner does not have his hand up, so I assume that he is also all set. So if there is no objection from any board member, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we'll move into deliberation.
So I just have a quick question before you finish.
All right, I'm going to reopen the public hearing.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. With the convenience store, if I want to sell like a scratch ticket plus the cigarette and stuff, I need to get another license for it?
So Tobacco's Board of Health. I do believe there is a license for that.
Okay.
As far as the lottery, that's a state thing.
All right.
But I don't see how it would, be any different than the alcohol at this point.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I just asking.
Tobacco is not as popular anymore.
Well, tobacco's, I think, a little different in application, so.
Okay.
And I don't know that I have any particular issue, other than the issue of cigarettes to begin with.
Same
don't
thing.
have any particular issue with the sale of tobacco. So, if you're ready now, I'm going to close the hearing again?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Deliberations, any commentary from the board on allowance, non-allowance conditions?
I'm okay with it because, like you stated, he's going to be on the hook. And they renew those licenses every year. So if they don't like what they see, that's that. You know what I mean? So I really don't have any concerns.
And is that with the convenience store or the convenience store with the package?
Convenience with the package. I think that, it wouldn't be far for the kids to walk downtown anyway if they really wanted to do that. But again, he'll have to police himself.
Mr. Burns?
I'm all for either. I would prefer not having the pouring and having the package store so that there's none consumed on the premises. But if we're going to allow both, that's fine with me too.
Right. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, I'm totally in favor of being a package store, along with a convenience store, providing he meets board regulations on that. I would like to raise a question about the parking, because the parking is diagonal, which requires more square footage. And I'm wondering if it's prudent to require a plot plan for parking. because that would decrease the number of parking spots. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
And the other thing I was going to mention is if he's going to sideways these, probably should sideways them the other way, because that way they can park in and pull out that way.
Pull out into that street.
Yeah, it would be like, it would be actually be either straight or the opposite of that, would be better.
It's a great idea.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. So could we have a thought of the parking plan to be submitted after decision is rendered?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Mr. McLaughlin?
I'm certainly in favor of the convenience store, certainly okay with the pour on site. I'm trying to kind of run through my mind throughout the city where places have both. And you brought up some good points. There's a lot going on, and I would really be in favor of kind of the convenience store along with the pour, not so inclined with the package store yet, to kind of let's get him going, let's get, looks like he wants to even go above and beyond with the lottery, with the tobacco. I'm just concerned there's going to be a lot going on in a real condensed situation. And again, I don't know where there's any other situations where there's both. But I know he's going to do a great job. The parking, we always ask for a certified plot plan. If the board feels in this particular situation that maybe we don't need it, is it at least beneficial to put in according to the general parking regulations?
Excuse me, Mike, you said it the first time. We always ask for a parking.
Yep.
We should get one. Why start with one exception, then we get 3, and then we get 4. Let's not worry about that. Let's just put it down.
Can I finish?
Good morning. Go for it.
So, thank you. You're right. If we put a condition in that adheres to section 181.5, if we were to put that in, who is going to sit with him to make sure it gets designed right?
So if we require the certified plan, but we require it at review, then we can have some oversight without delaying the decision.
Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to ask for a plan at review versus no plan
Right.
according to the regulations. Okay. If you could just make it clear to the applicant what section needs to be looked at, so that way he doesn't have to go back and forth.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
For myself, as I said, I'm not inclined at the beginning to allow the package part of the convenience store. But I'm very inclined to allow the convenience store and willing to relook at it. And that's just, the character of the neighborhood is collegiate. It's collegiate housing everywhere in that neighborhood. The college has done a really, I think, great job of cleaning up some of the issues that have been going on there. And I don't want anything to impede the fine work that they have done. Because at other points in time, there was some real, damage to their interests, students' interests, residents' interests from overconsumption by some people. So, I also, your hours of operation are, of course, fine. The ABCC allows you to serve up until 11, so I would just put a condition that no service after 11 or compliance with the ABCC. And that any conditions from the License Commission would be incorporated into the special permit conditions, which means if you are in violation of the rules that the License Commission sets for you, the special permit here can be revoked as well. Okay? You've heard a couple other people today who hadn't recorded their decisions. By the time you move forward with this project to open, at the very latest, and the commissioner will be happy to talk to you about that further, make sure you record your decision at the Registry of Deeds. Okay? And then, of course, the dumpster to be moved to the rear corner. All right, I'd like to take a vote first, and I'm going to tell you that in order to get an approval, you need 4 out of the 5 members. Okay? On the allowance of the special permit for the convenience store, conditions to be determined with the ability to operate as a package store. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay? So that was on the package store part of it. I'd like to entertain a second motion in the affirmative for the allowance of the special permit to operate as a convenience store with the conditions as listed.
I'll make that motion.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right. So, I'm very pleased to tell you that your special permit has been approved.
Thank you so much.
Though maybe not all that you asked for. I would like to set a review date, at which point in time you need to have a certified plan showing the parking, okay?
Okay.
And the parking must conform to the zoning code. So the size of the spaces, depending on how they're angled, need to be the right size. We'll spell that out in the decision for you. How long do you think it will take you to get the plot plan, the certified parking plan?
I don't know, because I don't know anybody can like measure, or you can put the lines for the parking, or
You call an engineer.
huh?
Call a civil engineer.
Self-engineer.
Civil engineer, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just the parking in the back, not the,
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
6 months?
I think 6 months is fine. Okay. Sorry. So 6 months will take us to October the 10th at that meeting. Make sure you submit the certified parking plan ahead of the meeting so that we can have the chance to review it.
Okay.
And if you run it by the building department as well, they can take a look and see if there's any issues with it that need to be corrected before it gets to us. Okay?
Okay.
I look forward to the convenience store's operations and your continued success, sir.
All right. Thank you
Okay?
so much.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. We did deliberate. All right, the next matter is ZBA 2023-03, Rhonda Stebbins, 53 Mechanic Street. This is the continuance of a request for a special permit to keep chickens in a multi-unit property pursuant to 181.313 in the Residential C District. Ms. Stebbins, welcome back. So at the last meeting, you were asked to provide some additional documentation. We went through the ABA HUD questions with you on an emotional support animal. Have you been able to locate the documents or provide any evidence in support of your claim?
I got letters from doctors.
Okay. Can you bring them forward? Just going to take a moment to look at them. Were there 2 copies of one of the letters? I'm going to pass these to the other board members. And then the other document you provided was that there's been veterinary testing, so negative for certain diseases. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to give the board members a moment to look at the letters. So, Ms. Stebbins, do you have anything else you wanted to add in support of your application?
They haven't left yet. We talked about the meeting, but, and we also said weather permitting. But there's still a foot of snow up there. So we'll wait for that to go away. And it's all going to be nasty. Yeah. Probably in a few weeks.
Hopefully, all of the snow around here will have melted by May, right? Yeah. Do I remember you have a property in New Hampshire? Okay, all right. Okay. Can you just have the microphone turned towards you? Yeah. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there any person present virtually or in person who wishes to speak on this matter? I see none. No other city comments. We did receive comments last time. You had brought several supporters with you, which was very nice. We had received a letter from an abutter, and we had received some commentary from the departments, the city departments. If no one else has any further to add, I'm going to close the public hearing, okay? And then the board will deliberate and vote. Close the public hearing without objection. Okay. Comments from any board members? Mr. Chartrand?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over what is the criteria again for the reasonable accommodation?
So the criteria are that a request for a reasonable accommodation be made, that the person document their disability or the fact that they are disabled. So no specific medical information is
Right,
required, but a
right.
verification that the person has a disability. That the animal performs tasks, provides assistance, or provides therapeutic emotional support. So documentation that the animal does provide therapeutic support. And if it's not a common household pet, the requester has a substantial burden of demonstrating a disability-related therapeutic need for the specific animal or the specific type of animal. So for these specific, I believe, 8 chickens. And then whether it is reasonable for the city to grant the request.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burns? Any questions or comments?
Yeah. I'm really not for 8 chickens in a multifamily area. It's just not anything that I feel we should start in the city. If it was 1 chicken, it would be fine, probably. I'd let that slide, but 8, no, it's sort of like let's have breakfast every morning with fresh eggs. I'm not into that. So I wouldn't go along with that. And since you guys never let me have my ostriches, forget it.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Sorry, did you say ostrich?
We are deliberating. We are not asking questions of the applicant.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, they turned me down.
Mr. Gallagher, any comment or question?
So I wish to associate myself with Mr. Byrne on this. That's all I have to add.
Mr. McLaughlin?
I'm all for the need for support animals. I think it's great. Probably works. But a lot of the information that was provided speaks to domesticated animals. I think this board may have approved an accommodation for some chickens in a single-family home, but 8 poultry in a dense multifamily, I think, goes way above and beyond. I know that the applicant did mention that in the past, they come and they go, so springtime, they move up to their New Hampshire residence, that we accommodate that they can stay here until that journey is made, be it 6 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it may be, to help with the process.
I also, I appreciate the documentation that you had provided, but I don't think that you have met the burden that you have. I would have been looking for a letter from Social Security Disability saying that you are permanently and totally disabled. I would have been looking for something, now you did very much have the letter from your physician stating that you had a need for an emotional support animal. I'm not sure that it supports the need for, as was said, 8 chickens. But even so, I don't think it's reasonable. This is not the time for you to speak, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't think it's reasonable to have that accommodation given in a 9-unit building surrounded by all of the other multifamilies. I do, again, because I don't wish to cause you any particular trouble, would support the thought that you be allowed until they are ready for the move, which I think could be extended till May 31st, to remove the animals and that no enforcement action be taken against you until that time. I think that's a suggestion to the building commissioner because we don't have control over enforcement action. So those are my thoughts, and if no one else has a deliberation, I'd be looking for a motion in the affirmative on this petition.
I'll make the motion under ZBA-2023-03 to approve the special permit request from Rhonda Stebbins at the property 53 Mechanic Street.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So that fails unanimously, ma'am. I am sorry your petition is not granted, but I do wish you good luck in the future, and I hope that you are able to comfortably move the animals. The commissioner is, of course, present at this meeting virtually, so he has heard the request that you be allowed some additional time to move the animals until they are ready. Good luck with everything, and have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Byrne, does anyone need a break?
I'd like to use the restroom, yeah.
Okay. At this point in time, we're going to have a 5-minute recess.
There you go.
All right, so we are back from recess and resume our meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. We are calling the next matter on the agenda, which is ZBA 2023-13, 52 Norwood Street, Peter Campobasso. This is a request for a variance under Section 181.93 and a special permit under Section 181.4216 of the Fitchburg zoning ordinance for the construction of a 3-family dwelling on a 10,579 square foot lot not conforming to front yard setback and rear yard setback as set by the dimensional requirements of 181.416, located in Residential B. Attorney Campobasso,
Yes.
welcome to the meeting. Thank you for coming tonight.
Chairperson Tree, thank you. Members of the board, my name is Peter Campobasso. Address of 3 Park Street, Leominster, Mass. I appear on behalf of the landowner, Magdalene Matthias, who is here with me. We submitted the request for a variance based on the determination from the building commissioner. And I think I would like to say what I believe we need is either a variance for the side of the property that fronts on Grand Street, or a special permit, whichever the board chooses. But I think you have to go through the bylaw to understand how the determination was made. It's strictly a dimensional variance request. The lot itself is a newly created lot. I believe I put in the packet a copy of the A&R plan that was approved by the planning board. So we are focused on Lot 2. The lot does have the required amount of area of 10,000 square feet. And if you were to use Grand Street as the frontage, it has the required amount of frontage. It's when you get into the setbacks that the issue arises. If you were to look at the front setback from Grand Street, it would not meet it because of the requirement for 25 feet. However, under the bylaw, when a lot has frontage on 2 streets, or more than 2 streets, the way the bylaw reads, it requires you to use the shorter distance as the front yard or the frontage lot, so that if we were to use Norwood Street as the frontage, then the front yard setback would be met, the side yard setbacks would be met, and the rear yard setback would be met. However, when a property is on a roadway, the sideline has to meet the frontage requirement. So technically, the 15 and a half feet does not meet the front yard requirement of 25 feet. Normally, we would ask for a variance. However, there is a provision in the bylaw, depending on the other properties in the neighborhood. If more than 50, or I should say, if 50% of the properties in the neighborhood were of similar nature, where they did not meet the 25-foot setback, then the board could issue a special permit if it was so inclined. That's why when I submitted the application, I requested both reliefs. I do believe under the circumstances that the property would meet the requirements for a variance to be issued because of the shape and the topography of the lot. The topography is such that it's probably 590 to the front elevation to 610 to the rear of the property. It's about a 10 to 15-foot elevation. A literal enforcement would impose a hardship. In the zoning district that we're in, it's an RB zone. A two-family property is allowed by right. A three-family would be allowed by special permit. We show the building, the only way it could probably be situated on this particular lot. And even if the applicant were to just file for a straight two-family, I still believe that the way the building would fall, there would be a portion of this where it might not meet this 25-foot requirement on Grand Street. And considering the other properties in the neighborhood and the overlying district, by granting a variance, I do not believe that you would be it would be a substantial detriment to the bylaw overall. We did, that would be for the variance request. Based on the assessor's map, I did do some, Mr. Matthias did do some calculations of the other properties in the area. And based on this, what you'll find is some of the properties have offsets anywhere from as low as 3 feet to 12 feet. So this particular sideline frontage requirement of 15 and a half feet is probably greater than the other homes in the neighborhood. So if the board was so inclined and felt more comfortable issuing a special permit, I do believe that a special permit could be granted in the alternative.
So that special permit is available only for the front yard exception, not the rear yard exception?
Correct. I do not believe that there is a rear yard violation.
Okay. And that's because of the orientation?
Well, if we use Norwood Street as the front yard, front line, then that would make the northerly boundary that abuts the other land now formerly of Mr. Matthias, a sideline of 15.8 feet. The rear would be 30.5, and the rear yard dimensional requirement is, I believe,
it's 30.
30 feet. Yes, it's 30 feet. So it would meet the rear yard requirement.
But can you go, you explained that under our zoning ordinance, we have to look at the shorter dimension as the front yard.
Correct. So if you did that, then if you look at the variance plan that was submitted, by using Norwood Street as the front yard, it would make the top side, Grand Street a side yard, the most northerly portion of the property a side yard, and then the rear would be the land, the boundary line that abuts Mr. Mattson, now formerly of Mattson. So that would be the rear yard, which is 30.5 feet.
So I think if I were to sum it up, would I be correct to say that either you're looking for a variance on the rear yard as measured, or you're looking for a variance from the requirement that we treat the shortest side as the front yard?
I would be looking...
If we treat Norwood Street as as the front yard that we measure 64 plus or minus from.
Correct.
Then you meet the rear yard requirement and the side yard setback.
Which boundary would you be looking at as the rear yard?
So if we varied our reading of the ordinance and said that we will measure the front yard from Norwood Street, then it's 64 feet. And then we would treat the 30.5 foot side as the rear yard.
Correct.
The other two is the side. Okay.
So that the only relief that I think the applicant needs pertains to the side yard that is on Grand Street.
Right.
Okay.
And if it were a true side yard, it would meet the dimensional requirement. But there is a provision in the bylaw that specifically states when you have a lot that's on multiple streets, you have to treat each yard as a front yard for dimensional purposes when the property fronts a roadway. So that's why I believe we would need a variance, as the 15.5 feet is less than 25 feet front yard requirement in the RB zone, or under the provision that would allow a special permit based on the other properties in the neighborhood having a similar distance off of the street.
Would we not, whether it is a rear yard or a side yard setback, would we not still need a variance for the 15.8 foot measurement?
I don't believe so, because my understanding from the building commissioner is that is being treated as a true sideline, not a rear.
And the side yard setback is 15 as opposed to 25.
Correct,
front.
yes.
Okay.
So from a dimensional standpoint, if you hold that as a true sideline, it's only required for 15 feet, and it meets it.
So I understand the request. I did look at the A&R plan, which has not been recorded, right? Or at least I couldn't find it at the Registry of Deeds.
If I may, it is recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Okay. Do you have the book and page number, just so that I can note that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Distance from the front yard.
Counsel, you can submit it afterwards if you'd like. That's fine.
I know that it is recorded. I have too many pages up here to shuffle to and find it, so I apologize.
It's fine, just because I looked and I hadn't seen it. There must be some issue with the indexing, perhaps.
Okay.
We've had a couple of issues with that, so I want to make sure we just get the right plan book and page number. At any rate, I looked at this, which was it was done in September of '22.
Correct.
And at that time, both Lot 1 and Lot 2 were owned by your client, and that's still the case?
Correct, yes.
Okay. How have you avoided the problem of infectious invalidity?
Well, this is not, I don't believe that under this circumstance, infectious invalidity, the lot was not previously non-conforming, brought into compliance, and then subsequently made non-compliant. It was always a conforming lot.
The A&R plan, because 52 Norwood Street is a 4-unit dwelling,
Correct.
our multifamily regulations have a lot area requirement that for each unit, the lot size be equal to at least 1/3 of the minimum lot size in the district, which is 10,000. So in other words, each unit must add 3,333.3 square feet. So for that 4-unit dwelling, that should be about a 13,000 square foot lot. And the lot is 10,100 square feet on the plan. So the creation of the new Lot 2, which I know that there's like a very ancient plan on record,
Okay.
but the creation of the new Lot 2 rendered Lot 1 a non-conforming lot. So that's the question I have about infectious invalidity.
Okay. I did not have a chance to.
Okay.
I don't believe that that was mentioned by the determination. So we were not, I did not have a chance to thoroughly review that.
Very much understand. The multifamily regulations are newer. I believe that they predate the A&R plan, but it would probably be appropriate to look at that timing issue.
It
just
would
to make
really
sure.
be infectious invalidity for Lot 1.
I think that the
Versus Lot 2.
creation, so I am presenting this to you newly, and so I think I have questions that I would like you to have an opportunity to provide a response on. My understanding of it is that if there's an A&R plan dividing it and either lot becomes non-conforming as a result, that neither lot is in compliance with zoning. So I think I would be looking for a response to be submitted to that question, why that is not the case.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think we would have to address it for both parcels, because I don't think if infectious invalidity is applied, you can't create the non-conformity for either lot.
Right. And the A&R plan would have only looked at street access and frontage and not all of the other issues that come along with the build or
And
lot.
because right now they're held in common ownership, the lot has enough area.
Correct. Well, it was always
And it's vacant.
one ownership, and with the
Right, so
separation,
right
it's
now
still
it hasn't
common
created
ownership.
anything, but if you were to build,
Correct.
Is the plan for both lots to be retained in common ownership?
I don't believe that was the intent, no.
Okay. All right.
I don't think there's a provision any longer where you can have multiple buildings on one parcel.
I
I
think,
know that there used to be, but I don't think
Yeah.
that that's allowed anymore.
I
I should say
believe,
it's frowned upon.
I think it's frequently frowned upon. I think that the latest revision provided that you can have a second principal use on the lot, and the prior provisions said no. If you don't mind, our building commissioner wanted to talk for a moment, if you don't mind.
That's fine. Yep.
I'm going to have him go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to apologize to the applicant for not making them aware of that information about the infectious invalidity in my letter, but I did not actually receive a copy of the A&R plan. I received a plot plan in the submittal, and so I was actually unaware of it until much later after that letter had been written. So I'm sorry about that, but I was also, since I think it sounds like the board may be inclined to continue this to a later date, I would ask through the chair that perhaps you could also address the parking dimensional requirements on both parcels, please. Thank you.
So as you know, should this board give you an approval, you'll still have to go to the planning board for a special permit for a three-family.
Correct.
But because that we look at the issue of whether or not the request derogates from the intent of zoning, I am curious about what the parking provisions are going to be.
The way the building is proposed, there would be a one-stall garage under, with a parking space behind the garage. So there would be 2 spaces for each unit, whether it's a three-family or a two-family.
Okay. Does it look kind of like townhouses then?
Yes, I believe there is a, do you have this?
No.
And then the different sections of the zoning bylaw that pertain to the dimensional requirements.
I've already seen it. Okay.
So the entrances would be from Grand Street?
Correct, right underneath the building.
Okay. And there's sufficient room in the driveway leading up, even with that challenging slope,
Yes,
for there to be one-car parking?
correct. One car in the garage, one car behind the garage stall. I have the reference for the plan book and page.
Oh, great, thank you very much.
One car.
It's Plan Book 536, page 5.
2 cars.
Thank you.
One in the back.
So I think I am going to summarize some questions for you when we get to the end. Did you have anything more that you wanted to present?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Then I'm going to open it up to the public for any questions or comments. Mr. Commissioner, I'm going to go to you first.
Okay, thank you. I just also wanted to be clear that the way the bylaw is written, it's a little confusing. The requirements are located in 2 places. One is in definitions and the other is in the standard dimensional requirements. But the narrowest portion of frontage on a corner lot would be determined to be the front, and the longer portion abutting a street is then considered a side, but the side that abuts a street still must comply with the minimum frontage requirements. The applicant is correct. There is a special permit provision for a reduction. But keep in mind that the narrowest portion that is determined to be the front means that the lot line that is directly opposite that is considered the rear. So that would be the rear frontage lot line, and the setbacks in the table would be applicable. So if variances are to be issued, that may also need to be considered. Thank you.
So sorry. Okay. Is there any other person present who would like to make a statement or ask a question about this petition? Okay. I see none in front of me. I see none online. We do have a letter, two that were submitted. One email has been sent by Jonathan and Suzanne Burt, who are unable to participate in the meeting. They are the owners of 17 to 21 Grand Street and 22 to 24 Norwood Street. They ask us not to approve the variances for the non-conforming front yard setback, rear yard setback on the property. Second letter has been issued by Julia Dorothea Fink of 668 Westminster Hill Road in Fitchburg. She states, "I'm against granting any variances to 52 Norwood Street. That side of the street is already too uneven. There should not be more than, at the most, a two-family dwelling on the lot with plenty of parking for residences and guests, as Norwood is already overcrowded with cars parked on the street. If the developer has so much space for 3 dwellings, he could make a larger parking space and rent spots to those who park on the street. There are a number of single-family dwellings on the street, and improvements have been made in some. The small house and lot at the top of the street sold last year for $250,000. There should be consideration of the property owners to make the street less congested, not more. Furthermore, Norwood is the main artery for a section of Westminster Hill Road and continuing up Highview. I have lived on Westminster Hill Road since 2000, when I bought a home in serious need of renovation. Since then, the houses around me have all seen improvements, and shabby places farther down the street have all been fixed up. Westminster Hill Road is a comeback street and neighborhood. There cannot be an increase in parked cars and crowded lots on Norwood to make the street more congested and unattractive. The builder should know that whoever tries to build up on this hill is to deal with more water runoff than anticipated. Perhaps an aquifer runs under the hill. There are all kinds of ledge just under the surface. A few years ago, houses were built at the far end of Farmer Avenue. The shock waves from blasting caused damage to my house. I will never allow for any kind of blasting again, should the builder consider it necessary. Sincerely, Julia. I am going to ask whether there has been any consideration of whether blasting will be required for construction.
I don't know if they've if that has been determined yet. I think initially the intent was to try to deal with the issue of the dimensional violations before they made a determination on a 2-family or a 3-family.
Mm-hmm. So there's been some recent cases before the board that have involved some disturbance to neighborhood that have been before both boards. So I would just caution you to be careful in the future to address whether blasting is needed and be a particular accommodation to the neighbors. And then in the plan that you proposed, there's going to be off-street parking, so the concerns regarding parking are not, have been met. And then this isn't a property that needs to go before CONSCOM on any water issues?
No, it's not.
All right. Okay. I believe that is all the correspondence or communication that we have. So if there's anything else, I would ask for that before the board. Okay. Mr. Chartrand, any questions?
No. I'm looking at this, and I see the special permit exemption here for the RB district where 50% within 150 feet, we could grant that. As far as the rear, are we saying that that sideline is a rear because it is directly across from the front?
Mr. Barbadaro has stated that it's the opposite of the front, and therefore that back one is the rear. And Attorney Campobasso
Okay.
has contended otherwise.
Yeah, me and Mark have had this conversation before. I don't have any other further questions now. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne?
Oh, no questions. I was just wondering where the parking plan was, and but we've talked about that, so.
Mr. Gallagher?
Yes. Has the applicant given any consideration to constructing a two-family as opposed to a three-family?
Yes, we've discussed that, yes.
Okay.
His preference obviously would be
A three-family?
to do a three-family, correct.
Okay. I'm just speaking in terms of the feedback I've heard from the abutters.
I think the more important question, however, is to address the infectious invalidity and whether or not that's applicable here. And I think maybe what I could do, just for clarification purposes, in addition to that, maybe see what a two-family, how that would be situated, because my understanding is the building, the footprint is, it's probably where a building could only be located on the structure. So whether it's a two, I don't know how much clearance there might be with a two in the back. Clearly, there wouldn't be enough clearance on Grand Street. So we can see what that looks like as well.
Okay.
But I think the more important issue is to, if it is an infectious invalidity, then more than likely we would withdraw the petition.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Campobasso.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for curiosity reasons, the existing three-family, do the cars, is there parking for 6 vehicles on the owner's property versus on Felton Street? Because it was hard for me to determine.
It's actually a four-family building.
Okay.
And there is sufficient parking off-street.
And is the parking accessed through Felton Street, or do vehicles park on Felton Street?
They just go into there's a big parking spot in the fourth family. I have more than 8 parkings there. On Norwood, on the fourth family.
Okay. So again, is the parking on the lot, or is it on the abandoned part of Felton Street?
So what he's asking is the parking for this on the property, or is it on Felton Street? No, it's on the property. And if we are going to get to a point where that would need to be established, we can address that as well.
Yes.
So that you can see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for some of the information on the legal standpoint. As we've been listening, I've been looking at this from the special permit and from the variance. Obviously, I'm only one board member. This is a self-imposed hardship. I'm okay with the board asking the applicant to bring more information, but clearly, based on what's been presented tonight, I'm all set to make a vote. I just don't see any reason to beat this horse down the street. I'm looking at it from a variance standpoint. There's no hardship.
You're right.
The property was purchased as a four-family, and it has some land with it. And from a special permit, if you go through the criteria real quick mentally, I don't see how I could vote in favor of it. So, and again, I appreciate the attorney's making his presentation. The applicant As a developer, he wants to maximize the profit of his land, but I always look at the neighborhood, what's happening in the neighborhood, what the people are doing with their homes, what the additional impact this could be on the city. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
You're welcome. Thank you for your thoughts, as always. So at this point in time, Attorney Campobasso, I think we've presented some new questions to you and to your client. As you know, were we to take a vote on the property, we have a 2-year ban.
Correct.
On rehearing. And I think, given that you are being presented with this tonight, it would be unfair to impose either a vote or a decision on you. Yeah. Do you believe, so there are 3 things, if you choose to come back before us, that I would want to have information on. Whether or not infectious invalidity applies to this plan, demonstrating preferably with case law.
Yep.
Okay. On the request for the special permit on the front yard, an affidavit. As you know, if you go to the assessor's website and insert a measurement of diameter, an affidavit including the list of all abutters, and a table showing what their frontage is as measured on the assessor's GIS website. And then just a response on treatment of what is the rear yard, what is the front yard, what is the side yard. But you have heard from 2 board members that I would encourage you to take their opinions into consideration.
Yep, exactly. And as I said, if we are not able to get past the infectious invalidity, then essentially I would request that the application be given leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Mm-hmm. So I think that given kind of this discussion, we have room for one more in May, and we could add you to the end of the agenda in May. Should be at 8:15. And if you choose before that period of time to ask for the petition to be given leave to withdraw, just do so in writing, and we'll be happy to grant that, or at least I'll be happy to grant it. So.
Does the board meet twice a month or once a month? Once. And when would the next meeting in May be?
That would be May the 9th.
May the 9th?
Mm-hmm. So I'd be looking for a motion on a continuance of this hearing to May the 9th. And I will tell you before we hear that motion, if you could sign the continuous agreement.
Yep.
That would be appreciated.
The only question I have, Chairperson Tree, is I may not be available on the 9th. When would the meeting in June be?
The June meeting would be June 13th.
So if it's okay, I would ask to be considered for the May 9th. If that's going to be an issue, I can correspond with the clerk and we can shoot for June 13th.
Okay. And if you are at that point asking us for a continuance, we will ask for another continuance agreement to be submitted as a condition.
You want me to submit one? Oh, you have it?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make any difference.
That's why we have a form.
Divided it the wrong way. It's a self-imposed.
Yeah, I was just looking at it like,
So
I
we
would say
sold
that
this.
that is the rear, because that is a front. You can't have a rear butt up against the front.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please, on a continuance of this matter to May 9th, 2023?
Make a motion on ZBA 2023-13 for the property at 52 Norwood Street for continuance on May 9th.
We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Continuance. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, council. Thank you, sir. Have a good night. Calling the next matter, which is ZBA 2022-05, 8385 Marshall Street. This is the review of a special permit under the city code to reinstate an abandoned building as a three-family in the residential C district.
Nariel Antonio was going to participate online.
I see him as an attendee online. All right, if you can unmute yourself, sir, you should be able to speak.
Good evening to all. Nadel Antonio, how are you doing today?
Good evening. How are you, sir?
Wonderful, hanging in there.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
you are here for a review of the special permit that we granted, and there were a number of conditions to that special permit. Can you please give us a general update as to what's been going on?
That is correct. We haven't started the project now due to weather. Now it's finally being beautiful out. We were hoping to start by next month. What I'm looking to get, if I can, is a motion to continue for a July or August meeting. We should be wrapped up by then. I do have conditions that I have to resubmit to the building department. I can do that tomorrow, the recordings.
Okay.
I totally forgot to bring that in, so I'll bring that in tomorrow for the building inspectors.
All right, if you'll just hold on for a minute, I'm trying to locate your, there it is, your decision. So we had 11 conditions, and you're saying that work has not started at all on the exterior?
We have not, yeah. Most of it is all outside work, and we haven't broken ground. Be frozen ground has been cold, so now that finally the weather broke, by next month we're going to be rocking and rolling.
Okay.
I'll bring my recordings tomorrow. That way we can get the okay on the building permit.
What is your projected completion date, sir?
We think by August we should be done. I want to say July is what all the contractors said will be done with the outside. But if we can do August, that'll be great. But we're shooting for July.
Okay. Driving by, one of the concerns that I have is that you have dug the hole for the parking, and I call it a hole because you have a hillside that goes like this.
Yep, correct.
And that extends right up to that stone retaining wall, and it doesn't look very stable, and it's been that way for a while.
Yeah, the hole was dug up by the previous owner before they even pulled the building permit. And this is what caused all this problem. They started doing work there without a permit and dug a hole there. They weren't aware of the proper steps. But once we have, I guess that'll be part of our parking. We're going to reinforce that. Hopefully by next month we'll be ready for that. But yeah, but that hole has been like that for a while. They actually, last meeting or first meeting we had, someone put trash in there, so we had to clean it up.
Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know how long they've been there, but there's certainly a number of cracks now in the retaining wall in the front.
Okay,
At any
no
rate,
problem.
I am
definitely looking into it.
I'm concerned that the situation being as it is, this is a hazard that I don't want to have injure anybody who happens to be in the vicinity.
Okay, I agree.
So I certainly would be looking for that to be addressed within the next month. If you can't, complete I understand if the work can't be completed, but some type of reinforcement or safety measures should be undertaken regarding that wall.
I agree. No problem. We'll start with that first.
Okay. we don't have anybody else here virtually. Is there anybody else here in the audience who is looking to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I am going to turn to my board members. Mr. Chartrand?
No, I haven't, since I haven't really started, I think you addressed all the concerns. But I understand that obviously the weather just broke, so, it is understandable.
Mr. Byrne?
Well, we've driven by this. I drive by it quite frequently because it's in my home area, and really nothing's been done on it. But like was stated, that weather just broke. So I hope he gets back onto it.
Me too. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I visited the site today, and I did notice there was quite a bit of debris on the property. Obviously, would like to see it cleaned up a lot better than it is. The second safety concern that I have is that that very deep hole is probably about 4 feet from the sidewalk exiting the porch of the building, and anyone could certainly misstep and fall quite a few feet. So I would ask the petitioner to put up some type of a safety fence so that that couldn't happen, where the children are playing up there or just someone coming up could misstep. Sidewalk has a lot of, or at least one tire thrown out front. If you could clean it up, it would be much appreciated by me, who is also a resident on Marshall Street. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. That's an excellent suggestion about the safety fencing.
Yep.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only have one concern. I'm not an engineer, but it seems like the front retaining wall to the property has rapidly deteriorated over the last year to the point where it's concerning, and if it was in the shape that it is in now, back when the applicant was before us, I would have put in a reasonable condition that that wall be replaced, because it does appear to be severely compromised. So I'd just like the board to just have discussion on that. And again, not an engineer, but if a portion of the left side of the wall's been removed, then obviously the structure has been decreased and it's still trying to hold back. And it's probably well over 100 years old. I don't know if this property, if it behooves us to put a condition in that it be replaced, because in the event that the property is sold and it continues to compromise, then we have a situation.
Thank you.
Other than that, I'm optimistic.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Mr. McLaughlin's having a good night.
Every night's a good night.
Sir, I'm actually going to go to the commissioner. Is there any opportunity, I know that the department is busy, is there any opportunity for somebody to go and take a look at any safety issues with this wall at this point in time?
We always make time for safety issues.
Okay.
So we will go out and check the wall tomorrow.
Thank you very much. It's very appreciated. As for me, I do understand weather delays us all, and most of the items here are outside items. If we can address the safety issues, I will feel much better about a continuance. As far as that front wall being replaced, it had deteriorated definitely in that the cement facing had crumbled, exposing the stones underneath prior to the grant of this special permit. That being said, it does appear to be buckling It's always a difficulty when we look at a property. We have to think about not only the current owner, but any future owners. And if we add a condition stating that the walls to be fixed, we may just be kicking a can down the road a little bit when we don't have the opportunity to have somebody do the work.
So now it's freestanding with support. So it's falling.
But I think that the replacement of that wall is going to be a substantial expense to the permit holder.
Well, it may not need to be entirely replaced. I mean, he should definitely get it evaluated. Get somebody up there to take a look at it. He already had somebody design the other plans for the retaining walls, have them go up there and give us an opinion if it can be repaired, needs to be replaced, et cetera, et cetera.
That would mean that we're really going to need to see him again before he gets too much further into the project.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Byrne, do you have any opinion on this? No? Okay.
He says it's going to be finished by August. So, well, we'll keep him to that. But if you're going to put the front wall needs to be done in there, you might as well put it in just the way you said it. The whole front wall needs to be refinished.
Yeah.
But are we going to determine that, or is the building commissioner tomorrow, when he goes and looks at it for safety, going to determine it?
I would like to...
Or an engineer?
I would like to have the building commissioner or the building department look at it for safety and immediate remediation.
Okay, so we'll add that to the conditions that
Well, if
they will react to whatever the commissioner says.
If they determine it's unsafe, you'll have no choice.
But Mr. McLaughlin was discussing a wholesale replacement regardless, I think. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not an engineer.
Okay.
That's why I use the word appears.
Then I'm going to suggest that we add a condition that the applicant or the permit holder repair or replace the front retaining wall after evaluation by the building department in accordance with their recommendations. But I would also add that safety fence and any temporary safety measures must be taken within 30 days that affect either the front retaining wall or the side retaining wall. I'm going to note to the permit holder that there is already a condition that the property be kept clean, so the requests by Mr. Gallagher are in line with the conditions you're already out. As always, the sooner that any debris is cleaned up, the better. Are there any further comments on the proposal or the review?
Nadell has his hand up.
Yes.
I thought your hand was just still up, sir. It hadn't gone down yet. Go ahead, sir.
I'm all set. I'll swim by there tomorrow. I'll clean the debris. I'll put a fence facing the street so no one goes can fall in the hole. And then if someone can reach out in the morning, I can meet them there and we can both review the front to make sure it's not falling apart and we have to take care of that. I will call my engineer tomorrow to see if he can evaluate it and see what he can do to repair it, or if we got to remove it, we got to remove it. It is what it is. But we don't mind doing whatever's safe to make it right, you know?
Right. I don't want to add to your costs, but I don't want that wall crumbling.
We'll evaluate it tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll see. Like I said, I don't want to do a nice project there, and then in a year or two, that falls over. Or like you said, if we sell the building and then somebody else will be like, well, who did that work, you know?
That's right.
So we don't mind. If it's something that's concerning, we don't mind just doing it now and get it out the way. We're going to have machines out there. If it's something we really got to do, we'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Nadell.
Appreciate that.
No, thank you.
So I would be looking for a motion whereby we continue the review until the September 12th meeting.
I'll make a motion under ZBA 2022-05 for a continuance for the property to 83 to 85 Marshall Street for September 12th, and any changes and conditions that are notated by the chair be included.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Mr. Antonio, good luck with the project. I hope the weather treats you better.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay. Calling the next matter, this is ZBA 2023-02, 479 Water Street, Maitland Ishmael. This is the continuance of a request for a special permit under 181.332 of the City Code to reinstate a vacant or abandoned building from one nonconforming use to another less detrimental nonconforming use as a duplex pursuant to 181.313 in the Neighborhood Business District. Welcome back to the meeting, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So it has been a couple months due to weather and other issues. Can you give us any update or anything additional you'd like to say about the project?
As for now, there's not much update. I'm just waiting for the permit so I can proceed with the project. My only concern is since it's been delayed for long, the insurance is worried about it. They kind of contact me and ask what's going on because based on how it's supposed to be, the news is supposed to start earlier than that, and with the safety concerns with other trees around. So the insurance is also worried that I need to be taking care of that ASAP. So, yeah.
Okay. I had asked if Mr. Chartrand could take you through some questioning today.
Yeah, just a little bit on what you have proposed here for funding. I mean, honestly, it looks like it's more suited to a single family, but one of the concerns I had, I was going to ask Mark, the Commissioner, Mr. Barbadoro, about the insulation. Mark, if he changes this from a 4 to a 2 under the stretch code, is he required to, and it's 100% of the floor area, meet the code entirely for insulation?
So it's a new code, but I would say he needs to meet it entirely, and it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to do. And I think that this is going to be something moving forward on every project that you guys see, where the energy code is going to become prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, so I mean, you have $5,000 down, but the new code will require you to hire a HERS rater. Right off the bat, that $1,500 of that will be gone or more to the HERS rater. You know, you do have other things in here, so I think you could kind of shift some of this around.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, you got to break an egg to make an omelet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of these things you might not be able to do entirely. I mean, the windows, depending on the condition, you might be able to work with that. It's only $5,000, but the installation is going to be tough. That's new, and we're all trying to wrap our heads around it. So that's definitely a concern to me, but the HERS rater will tell you what to do. You know, so whatever they say, that'll be it. It's just the state has moved into existing buildings now with the energy code because the governor signed a climate bill that says we'll be net zero by 2050. And in doing so, they've started to aggressively attack the code as a means of compliance. So that's going to be tricky. It's not just you. It's going to be a lot of people who are dealing with that.
Do you mind, do you mind if I answer that?
What's that?
Do you mind if I answer your installation
part? Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So for the installation part, I do have a budget for that. Like I said earlier, based on the budget that I take from the bank, I don't ask for all the loans. I do ask for, then I bring like 20% or 15% out of in case something doesn't match up with the budget in place. Yeah, so it's just like the last project I did in Providence, it was kind of a similar issue. I need to do new installation pad bed. I have to come out from that with my own pocket, which I do. Before I sold the property, yeah, I do have funds for that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's just going to be, that's one of the things I noticed when I was looking at, you know, what you have on here. So, I mean, if you're going to augment that with your own monies, that makes sense.
Which means that
Other than that, and like you have some other things in here, like architect, you might not need that. But,
exactly. Yeah. So
you know what I mean? You definitely do have some wiggle room inside of here, but that said, we still have to determine the parking. I think that's the Achilles heel of the project. You know, I think this budget is doable with some changing. You know.
Yeah.
Borrowing from here, changing from there, maybe making some interior design changes. I mean, you know,
it's just like
yeah, and then like right, exactly. So I'm like, with 170, I feel like it could be done.
Yeah,
it could be done, but just want to point that out because that is, like I said, everyone is going to struggle with that requirement now. Other than that, I mean, everything else here is pretty straightforward. Like I said, with a total budget of 170, I think you could get a lot done over there. You know, you have landscape for 3,000, but there's really there's not a lot there.
Not a lot there.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, some of these numbers, you're just going to have to move them.
Right.
You know?
That's how I do it.
You know, so that said, I think that the budget is doable, but like I said, I think the Achilles heel is the parking over there. It's just tough. I didn't get to get out there, but I know these guys did. So I'd be looking for the board to give me their comments on how they feel about the parking. I've been in that building a bunch and all over the outside of it and stuff. Prior to you, I worked for the city as an inspector, so. I've seen it. I've seen it a bunch, and I do think it was originally a single-family house. And when Fitchburg started to industrialize, they converted. They needed housing, and you know, before you could just walk to work, so nobody really had parking, and it didn't become a problem.
Yeah.
Now it's different. Now it's much different. But that would be my main concern. Yeah, I think that's the Achilles heel.
So I am going to ask both the commissioner and appreciate any comment on you have. When we were in the building, there were definitively some structural issues. The floor sagged like this. From the piers, there was water in the basement. And one of the primary concerns that I have about this is that you are able to finish the project once you start it.
Right.
Because we don't want to have a half-finished building. And I'm just going to ask the commissioner whether he was able to review any recent information about the structural integrity and the repairs necessary in the building versus the provision for that in the budget.
Madam Chair, I have not had an opportunity to review the project, but I did want to, I know board members may have gone through the building, and I have heard concerns about, as you mentioned, water in the basement and perhaps severe settling of floors. And I wanted to let the board know that from a safety perspective, the building department, will make a building safe. But in terms of quality, if the board is interested in any specific things, so say drainage shall be mitigated with a sump pump or outletted to the stormwater system, the Fitchburg stormwater system, something like that, we would make sure that got done. And if you wanted to say something to the effect of that the sagging floor shall be jacked up and brought back to the applicant shall make a reasonable effort to jack up the floors and bring them back to a level condition. We would make sure that they do those kind of things if that's part of the condition. But the structural integrity of the building, you know, we would make it structurally sound, but a structurally sound building can have standing water in the basement. So.
And Mr. Chartrand, just having looked at the budget, do you think there's adequate funds in there to address structural issues like that?
I do. I've seen a lot of buildings get fixed, you know, and I went in one in Fitchburg that had floors that were very bad, where the center beam had sunk, and they weren't able to bring them back entirely, but they were able to make it safe. And I think, you know, that building's not that big. I think you can handle it. It's just going to be some work. It's obviously vacant. Vacant buildings, and it's been vacant for a while.
Yeah.
And once they go vacant with no heat, they deteriorate very rapidly. Yeah, so maybe a sump pump clears up that water because there's probably nothing running and there's no power. Maybe not. Like Mark said, sometimes you can't get it out. I think you can fix it, considering the location. I don't think there's an underground river or something like that. I just think that it's been neglected, and it's been some time. That thing is at least 7 years sitting, something like that. It's been a while. It's kind of a wonder it's still there, to be honest. But I do think your budget's doable. You know, given that these are just raw numbers, you know what I mean? We don't really have any plans or anything to go by.
And you did say that you had access to other funds should the construction costs exceed.
Correct. Because I've worked with the same lenders for a while, and that's how I do it when I sell properties. I always use my own budget to add to do my project. That's why they trust me. And I just want to add something. Before they could even approve this budget, they will come over to the building, they themselves, with an architect, they analyze everything before they can release the fund. So they've already gone through that, and they know that could work successfully. That's why they release this fund for the project.
If I may add, hi, my name is Esther Somerset. I'm with Hadassah Homes. We're a real estate brokerage as well as in interior design. And so we've worked with Maitland for quite some years. And so we'll be financially backing this as well. So that's part of what we do.
Okay. Ma'am, could you just repeat your name and give an address, because we have to record it for the minutes?
I think I gave a card before, but no problem. My name's Esther Somerset.
Ma'am, sorry.
And at least a town.
Oh, sure. I'm actually in Lynn, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was just going to ask, have you comped it? What do you think it will be worth when it's done?
So,
given his budget, because
as we all know, right, based on the market, and that's specifically why we pushed also for a two-family, right? Because a two-family would be sold a lot. It'd be a lot easier than one family, especially after assessing the neighborhood, right directly next door. I think you have like a three-family or a quadruple, and so it'd be difficult to place a single family right in the midst of all the business. And I noticed that also to the side you have a single family that's kind of barricaded in, but it's not really. It seems more like almost like an industrial open street. It would comp for like it would be more beneficial for him at this rate, especially given the losses and all the months that has been sitting there with no work. So I think, at this point, it's just kind of like the budget itself is not a problem because, as you know, we move line items around. This is like a rough draft. So he definitely has the budget. I think the one thing that's concerning, and I know that it's been brought to the attention, is more so like the parking. And so, so as far as finances and everything else like that, he's all set. I think we're just kind of like hoping that we can move forward at this point.
All right. I am going to ask at this point if anybody is present who would like to speak on this petition. I see none either in person or online. I am going to move on, Mr. Chartrand, to Mr. Byrne to see if he has any questions for the petitioner. I'm sorry. Would you, do you have any questions for the petitioner?
No.
Okay.
I think they're spending a lot of money on that house.
Yeah. Mr. Gallagher, any questions for the petitioner?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. I still have concerns about the parking, and I'm wondering what you're currently thinking about the parking.
Based on what the land survey gave, which I believe you have, there's a 3 parking spot at the front and at the back with a shared drive-through. I can create two more parking spots at the back, which is going to work out from what I just analyzed to make 2 more parking spots at the back. Since it's a 2-family, so 2 parking spots for each, it should be good enough for every family.
Okay. Is there a plan to repair the retaining wall, which is granite, and appears to be falling into the property?
Oh, you're talking about the one at the back?
Yes.
Oh,
if parking is going to be provided back there, I'd like to know that it's safe.
Yeah, I can look. Yeah, I can reinforce that. Yeah.
Now, in terms of square footage, is there enough room for a car to actually back out of the proposed parking in the back of the building without going onto the neighbor's property?
For that,
So technically, if I can correct you, Malin, sorry I had to step in here. So there's 3 parking lots, and in reality, right, it's 4 required, correct? Total, 2 and 2. And so there would be 1 in the back, 3 in the front. That's number 1, which technically, if you put 2 cars in the back, it's going to be a lot more challenging to get out.
Correct.
Versus 1. The parking lot would be, the parking itself would be more sold to the closer to the house versus the retaining, but because of safety, there is a safety issue because of the retaining wall, so that would definitely be in first. At that point, they can back out easily with one parking space.
With 1 parking?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. 2 would not be, in all honesty, 2 would not.
Okay. Do you currently have a certified plot plan actually defining the parking that you have in the front?
Don't you? Something? Did you send that?
Okay.
no, I think they do have.
I guess you have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And what would be your plan for snow removal?
So,
Take it away. I think
so based on the snow remover, because I just figured out it's not a big space, so if 3 cars already fit in a 3 lot, so there's no space for any snow, for room for snow to just be idle. So technically, the 3 cars already fit a parking spot, so there shouldn't be more snows.
The only space having evaluated the area, the only space that I saw suitable for snow placement, because it has to go somewhere, fair?
Right.
And so would be closer towards the retaining wall, because there is, let me do math in my head. So there, right here, there's the parking, and then there's a great amount, actually, of yard that would allot for the snow placement without it hitting the actual retaining wall.
And you're referring to the front of the building, correct?
Oh.
At the back.
That would be the back.
The back?
Yes, sir.
Where it would be the 1 car proposed?
Right, but so if you look at the lot itself, you have the actual parking spot would be closer to the house itself, fair? And then you have a substantial amount of yard still in there. So you know that obviously we would sell the property.
Right.
In all fairness, but that the plan would be that they could utilize the back to be able to, because technically what they are removing is whatever's on their parking spaces. Yeah. That's pretty much what they're removing, fair? And so it would be the lot in the back.
I apologize for that. I guess my question should have been, what is the plan for snow removal in the front of the structure, where the 3 parking places are? What would be the plan? What's your plan where would the snow go?
So we were actually referring to the same answer. I would probably answer it the same way because that's probably the only space that you do have, right? And so based on the fact.
To remove it
To
through the
remove it.
right-of-way and put it in the back of the
Well,
building?
I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, you
No.
got to be a genius at
It's a
this point to
question.
throw it over the house.
It's just a question because I plow, and
Yeah.
I would
So
look
I-
at that as a real challenge as
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
where I would be putting the snow, especially, since we had almost 30 inches of snow just 3 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, you had what?
We had almost 30 inches of snow here in Worcester County, 3 weeks ago.
I know you thought he misspoke, but we did. It was 30 inches of snow.
I'm sorry.
And there was rain and
Yeah, so I mean.
It was heavy, heavy wet.
Yeah,
It was
and I
heavy.
can understand the concern. The reality is that regardless of how you look at it, whether it's in the front or the back, we can come up with a plan. Whoever purchased the house is actually gonna do their own thing. Initially, I just looked at the back, hey, there's enough space to put what is there. Obviously, I don't know about 30 inches, so, all the way around, but what we're mainly concerned about is that parking space. The only thing I did see, honestly, and I don't know if it would cover that much, I'd be lying if I said so, would be to the left of the house,
Right.
which is that space there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much. He's like, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Providing we don't get 30 inches of snow.
Correct. But in any other given case, then it's.
Because it would impede the vision of traffic coming out of that side street to get onto Water Street,
Right.
providing that bank gets too high. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Maitland, would you have bought this property if you knew what you knew now?
Definitely not.
It would not be a conversation.
As far as questions, I think we're all kind of struggling with the parking thing. And I know it's difficult because you look around the city and we see the density, right? It's in other communities, and, this is how we have to look at moving forward, where we, reason why it's abandoned is because it's an obsolete building. We all probably have come to that conclusion, right? So you had mentioned that you can park in the back. How are we going to get out without backing into the next door neighbor's parking lot?
So it would be inside you would have to do it literally.
You have to do a three-point turn in the backyard.
Pretty much, unless you're backing out, literally backing
So
out.
here's the trick question. Dimensionally, do you know whether that can be done or not?
I mean, you want to go try?
Because I know nobody's tried it, and we had a tour, and thank you for the time.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can do it unless you have a
Depending on the size of the car.
So based on the space at the back, I mean, even my truck, I can turn my truck around that yard. I could go like that. So once you're coming in, you go one way, that's one, and then you reverse back, and that's it. When you're going back, you just go back like that. So it's like a curve turning, which is probably easy for any drivers. Yeah.
I was there in the Genesis.
Yeah. So
You'll have a driveway that mimics that.
yeah, because once the thing too about it is when there's so much dirt, you don't see the kind of space you have. But once you clean everything out and you would do the pavement and make it look nice and clean, it's gonna be a big yard for you to just swing your car one way and then you just back up with the back of your car. So when you're leaving back, you just go to the front and you go and you get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit about the project itself. Full gut, everything down to the studs?
I didn't catch your part. You said what? Sorry.
Full gut job, right down to the studs?
Down to the studs, because you would have to.
Yes. Yes.
That's how we would know is specifically how do we comply with insulation. We have to have it to the studs to know what's
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah. Now, the basement,
Yeah.
it's dirt. And it appears that somebody pushed dirt up against the foundation walls, probably to shore them up. How is that all going to be addressed?
In the basement, inside in the building?
He's talking about the foundation, the bottom, the
There are
basement.
big mountains of dirt that have been dug and pushed towards
Pushed
the
to the wall. So what he's
walls.
saying is just like
What's
support.
going to happen in the foundation, in the
So-
basement area?
So,
Because it's very moldy in that building.
yeah, so we
Appears to be.
Yeah. So in the foundation, the best thing I could do is what I've done before is first of all clean the whole foundation out, and then you're gonna do some little bit of plastering around, and then we have to dry it. And we should keep in mind most of those foundations, they are rocks. So back in the days when a rock foundation, it's easy for water to go through, and when the foundation has been abandoned too for so long, you know, the water is going to be like moldy and it's not busy. So when we clean it out, we like dry the basement and make it look nice, and we do it. I think it's going to be dry for whoever lives in there for a long time.
So will there be a concrete floor poured in the basement?
It all depends on what we go in and look into it, because most often what we usually do, sometimes we could concrete it, and sometimes we could leave it just for the boilers, so for the mechanics, because once the mechanic goes in there, it's like it keeps running constantly, it keeps the basement warm, and then we can put the pump things to keep it dry. I've forgotten how that is called.
Dehumidifier.
The dehumidifier. So thank you. We can install a dehumidifier in there and make a drainage for it, just like the installation one, and that should work out. Keeps it dry all the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner, when bringing a building like this up to code, is there anything related to the basement that has to be done?
I mean, unsafe is going to get fixed for sure. I mean, Mark's not going to let anything like that go by. You know, it is a field stone foundation, so I agree with you. Water gets in. I've seen a lot of waterproofing done and whatnot with hydraulic cement and
exactly hydraulic cement.
What is it? The dry lock or whatever paint. You know, I did one in Fitchburg that was very, very moldy, and I was shocked because when I walked in the thing, I was like, I'm out of here. You guys are crazy. When I went back, they had it mint. They put in curtains on the sides. They put in French drains, and they had it bubble up through the front. I mean, anything's possible, but really depends on what you focus your attention on. Right. You know, as long as it's safe, I'm okay with it. So I don't think, as long as it's not compromised, you know what I mean. If that's the case, it's going to have to get repaired. I mean, Mark won't be able to grab the occupancy. So.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. So I don't think that you have the ability to meet parking with the plan, because I don't think you can drive down that common shared driveway. A building on the other side has gas meters sticking out into it. Both properties have stairs sticking out into it. I don't think that you can make it down the driveways and back out safely. And I don't know that you can make it out at all. I think I measured and it was under 7 feet at one point. So for me, when I look at this as something where if we're going to consider it, we have to consider it with compromised parking, the 3 in the front, because I just don't think the 4th one in the back is available to you through that driveway. And that may be because the neighbor is encroaching on the driveway and the encroachment should be removed. But I just don't see that you have the 4 spaces available. You know, that being said, I think that when you approach us the first time, you were asking for 3 bedrooms per unit.
Yes.
Would you still consider the project at 2 bedrooms per unit?
Like a 2-family or?
2 family, but 2 bedrooms.
2 and 2.
2 and 2? If I go 3 and 3, it's not good?
Well, more parking.
More parking?
Requires more parking because there's more people.
Requires.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can do 2 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the amount of time you would require to completion if you were approved?
I would say go with like 4 months, 4 or 5 months. 4 months to do it fast, 4 or 5 months, yeah.
And what will you do with the property if we don't approve a two-family?
That's an interesting question.
I mean, it's a tough question for me. It is because it just,
It's a loss.
yeah, it's a big loss for me for everything. Because if I go as a single family, it's gonna be hard for me to proceed, and it's gonna make my lender don't have the trust for me to do like more projects. So that's a big blow for me right now.
Do you have any other ongoing rehabilitation projects right now?
Right now I'm done, and I've been sitting home for the past 6 months since the project have stopped. So technically I've been employed.
But that means you have a crew available and you have the time at your disposal
Yeah,
to
they've been calling me like every day. They be asking me what's going on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have any further questions, so unless another board member has any other questions, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do you have anything further to add before I do?
My only concern, I just want the board to be considered so I can keep the community clean, because we all want to habitat people so they can live in a good neighborhood. So if the board could consider, not based on considering it based on that is something they know I could walk through it, so I can give people accommodations and increase the value of the neighborhood. I really appreciate each and every one of the board members if they could do that.
I appreciate that comment, sir. I will say that, you know, I drive by the property regularly, going from here to there. I do wish, because even though you don't have a special permit or permission to proceed with work, there's nothing to prevent you from keeping the overgrowth on the property from being in the state that it's in. And should you be granted the ability to renovate the property, I do hope you keep it in better condition than it's been either before or since your ownership. The Board of Health states that they would be good to reinstate the property because trash and vagrants have been an issue, which is, I think, a comment along the same lines. Like to see the property be kept a little cleaner.
Yeah.
All right. Without objection, I'm going to close the hearing. And I'm going to open it up to the board for deliberation. Mr. Chartrand?
I mean, it's never going to have any parking. Not any more than what's there in the front, even if it was a single. You know, I would do the 2 and 2, I think would work, considering that, you know, if it was somebody who had younger kids, they wouldn't have a car, one vehicle. It's tough, but I'd really like to see that building either go or get used at this point. It's a tough neighborhood. You know, you do have like you said, you have a boarding house on the backside and a couple houses down, you know. That's all I could think of is I would be in favor of a 2 and 2, a 3 in front. I think keeping out of the back would be good unless you did some serious rearranging with the stairs or some kind of agreement with the neighbor for an easement. But if you could stay in the front, that would give you a place to have some green space. That would give them some place to put the snow. And I mean, honestly, if you're going to have two families, they're going to need some kind of recreational space. I mean, I would think I would want it if I was buying it. And that's really all I have.
Mr. Byrne?
This is a dichotomy for me. I can't, let me hear everybody else's stuff.
Okay. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes. Madam Chair, has it been determined that the right-of-way is to benefit both properties or just one? Do we know the answer to that?
The answer is that it's both.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Right here.
The right-of-way is owned by each property to the middle and benefits both
50%.
sides.
And it does benefit both sides, okay. I certainly would like to see something done with the building. The difficulty is parking. There were stairs that were close to the right-of-way, and I believe when we did the site visit that the property owners, applicants did say that they were going to remove those stairs so that there's more room for the right-of-way to be utilized properly.
Yeah.
Is there any possible way to get 4 additional parking spots in the front of the building? I don't think so. No. So the only alternative would be one in the back. Like I said, you know, with the building fixed, I feel it could add to the community, and I'd like to see it done. That's, you know, the parking and the snow removal is the only thing that's really the sticky point with me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's all of our concern. You know, we have 3 parking spots in the front. One of them is parked right up against the stairs. I look at that as a public safety issue. The cars are going to back out onto the street. So I'm kind of in a quandary here. I think this is an obsolete building. I've mentioned it. Here we are with a case before us. I think this is going to be an extremely substantial rehabilitation if the board is going to vote favorably. I would like to see some conditions where I'm assuming it's going to be re-sided. I'm assuming new windows are going to be put in. I'm assuming a new roof. That gets done first, so that if something goes differently with the project where it ends up being sold, that we're not looking at a building that's under construction for a given period of time. And then once the exterior of the building is restored, then the interior commences. I think, you know, there's been some good comments made about we do need to minimize the number of bedrooms, to minimize the number of vehicles. There's plenty of people out there that families are shrinking, that, you know, there are couples looking for units or maybe have one child. So I think some of the conditions we should put in there. Mm-hmm. Still on the fence about, I'd rather see the building come down and 2 new condos get put in, and it's, you know, the tour was an eye-opener. It really was.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, would you like to connect?
Mike, what did you just say was an eye-opener?
The tour through the building.
Yeah, okay.
And unfortunately, don't know the applicant. This board has had to witness a lot of, you know, redevelopment that has typically been minimal rehabilitation projects because investors are just here and gone tomorrow. I don't know the applicant, so I can't pass any judgment, but that's where the skepticism has come with the board over the years, and made us a little cautious.
You're right, 100% correct. I look at this project and I'm on the fence. Number one, the parking. It's definitely a big problem. No matter where you put the cars, in the wintertime, you're going to have, if there is, well, let's put it, when there is a snowstorm, of course you know what's coming. What are you going to do with the snow? Say we get 30 inches, say 24 inches. What are you going to do with the snow that's in the driveway?
Right.
Where's it going? So you say, hey, well, in the back we could throw it up against the wall, but there's only so much wall before it gets too high to be throwing it up. And then again, you know, I look at this as a young guy throwing all this money in his house, you know, and I don't really think it's worth it myself, but that's me. And I don't want to say I don't like to see this project go, because if the house is left to disintegrate, it's bad for the city. So I don't know which way to go. I guess I'm like Mike. I'll have to give him a break, give him a chance, and let him go for it, see what he can do.
I think this is the best proposal this board has ever seen for this building. It's not perfect, but it is far better than the others.
So I will say on this project, the project reduces it from a 4 to a 2 family. That I find beneficial. I am still anxious about the project not being finished due to funding. I don't think we're ever going to get 4 parking spaces, and I think we'd be better off considering it with the 3, with the compromise in the bedrooms. I've spent much time thinking I could go either way on this project, and if the city had any funds to allocate towards demolition of the project, because I share Mr. McLaughlin's sorrow that you were roped into this building at the price that you were roped into it at. Yeah. If the city had any available funds for demolition, then I would look more favorably at that, because I think the highest and best use of this particular lot is to provide parking for the other 2 buildings next door. But realistically, you bought this property for $110,000, so unless the bank forecloses on it and sells it off at a loss, it's not going to happen. You're going to want to develop the property, or you're going to sell it to somebody else who will try the same thing.
This is the 3rd time it's been before us with different owners.
It is, and none of the times have resulted in the building coming down. I have thought about allowing only a single family, which would reduce the parking issue and have more funds for renovation of the building. But I agree that it's not suitable for the neighborhood, because the remainder of the neighborhood is multifamily. I have thought about ensuring completion in the manner that we would be looking for. So a quality project, quality suitable to the neighborhood that it's in, not,
Not an over-improvement.
not over the top or anything, just quality, solid work. And I have thought about the concept of taking a performance bond to ensure completion. Have you ever worked with one of those before?
Oh, don't do that. You'd
No?
never get one.
You'll never get one?
I can tell you right now. I was in the business for 20 years. You've got to have a track record a mile long. You've got to have all kinds of liquid security, and you got to buy it. And it's so much per 100.
Well, another option would be for the city to take some and hold pending completion of the project.
But just don't put them into a bond.
Okay. I appreciate the expertise on that issue.
That was my other life.
Mr. Commissioner, do you see any issue with us taking and holding a deposit from the applicant to be returned upon completion of the project?
I'm sorry, did you want me to hold the deposit?
Well, I know that I don't want to hold it. Just as the planning board does on occasion, my thought is that the ZBA to take a deposit on this.
Okay, I just have never done such a thing, so I don't know how exactly to go about it. It sound, maybe, how about like a tri-party agreement with the bank? Or something like that, where
I
the
think
bank.
that would be a question for Mr. Brooks to answer. But that is the other way that I can think of to ensure completion, and my thought is not to make it a meaningful sum, but not a sum that cuts too far into the applicant's funds to complete the project. So my thought was the neighborhood of 5,000.
Well, I'll figure out where they put that money when the planning board does it, and we can try it. I just have never done it, that's all.
No, I agreed. But I'm interested in any comments from the remainder of the board on that concept to ensure completion as well.
I like the idea, but at the end of the day, if he doesn't get approved, it's just going to sit there, and if he doesn't complete it, it's just going to sit there.
Well, I think we can
You know what I mean?
craft something so that the money does not just
5,000 is not
sit
that
there.
much, so I
Yeah.
would be in favor of that, sure.
Anyone else have any comment on that?
I'm indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
Go either way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just, would like to put a timeline. He's saying he can do this in 4 months. And that's aggressive. I don't know if it's realistic. It'd be the first. But I would
Yeah.
like to see the exterior in, some language where, as we know, the property on Albee Street, what a horrific job was done on that property because we didn't condition it.
Well, I think that condition plus deposit might be an incentive on that issue. So in order to bring this to a close, what I'm going to do is list a series of conditions I've been noting under which we could consider the project for approval. The first is that the property be operated as a two-family with no more than 2 bedrooms per unit. The second is that a structural safety inspection be conducted and the petitioner comply with the requirements of the building department for safety. The third is that the petitioner jack the floors to a level condition. The fourth is that the petitioner install water mitigation measures in the basement.
I'd like to see a concrete floor put in or something. Again, I'm not in the construction business. I don't want to approve a project that gets rehabbed and then a year later, there's mold issues in the place. And I don't know how to approach that because, again, that's not what we do.
No.
But I don't want to see it happen. I don't want to put us...
Well, the building department's going to take care of it. They're supposed to inspect it every way through. The electric, the plumbing, the whole bit.
Yeah, but after the occupancy is granted.
It's like you said, you can have a big house that has water in it, I guess. I guess that's okay, but I look at that as a health and safety thing and say, I'm concerned about, after the tour,
Do you have a proposal on appropriate
It
language
was not
then?
healthy in that building after being in there for an hour.
If,
If
In the
we-
basement, I should say.
If we add mitigating any air quality issues arising from the moisture in the basement?
Yeah. Maybe floor be put in. I don't know the answer.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know that that's feasible with at least 3 feet of water in the basement. When we looked at it, it seemed to have been running between the piers that are actually holding the structure up. So I think that's going to be a real stumbling point.
The mitigation or the pouring of a cement floor?
Pouring on the cement floor.
Okay.
Groundwater seems to be quite high here.
I don't know if there's any connection available to the stormwater system.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't believe you can tie into it.
Then I think we should leave this more generalized.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Siding and exterior
So-
trim.
So those three things, structural element, structural integrity, inspection, the jacking up of the floors to level condition, and the water mitigation, I'm going to call phase 1. Phase 2, roof replacement,
New windows.
doors and windows,
New siding and exterior
Siding.
trim. Phase 2, maybe.
phase 2. All of the other conditions are phase 3 or thereafter. And that would be code upgrade as required by the building department. Repair of the granite wall in the rear of the property. Landscaping in the front of the property, because I would like to see something a little more than a,
I don't think there's any room for it.
I think there's room for a little bit.
Little bit of
Something
shrubbery
to-
in the front.
Something to,
I would be more inclined on the side, cleaning that up, the side that would bump against Burnett.
Right. With snow removal, I
Well,
can't
just,
think
I seen the
anything.
pictures just now, I was looking at it from when it was spring, and it's like all overgrown, and that, it's just native species junk,
snow removal to be designated in the rear of the property or otherwise removed from the property.
Right.
Parking reduced to 3 spaces as designated on the plan. So I'm going to find the date of, dated October 5th, 2018. All work to be completed in a good and workmanlike fashion. Property to be kept clean during construction and dumpsters regularly emptied. And
So question, we have a big square in the backyard. It's inevitable. People are just going to start parking back there. It's going to fill up and they're going to be doing 3-point turns across into the other property to leave. It's going to happen.
what would you
So-
like to do to mitigate that?
I don't know. I mean, are we better off just having 3 parking spots up front and have some type of hardscape feature put so that the rear doesn't become parking? I don't know the answer, but I'm just kind of thinking what really happens.
Why don't we just say parking to be prohibited in the back?
doesn't work. You know that.
Do. But unless we're going to construct a statue to John Fitch in the backyard, I don't know what else we would do. I can't put a fence across the driveway. It's common property. It's not just the property subject to the special permit.
But Christine, perhaps a fence could be put on their side of the right-of-way, blocking that backyard from parking.
But then we're interfering with the easement rights of the neighbor on the right-hand side. They have a right to access the driveway.
Right to pass and repass.
They have a right to pass and repass.
Of course they do.
I don't think they
So-
can, but I think they have a right to pass
So I
and
guess I'm
repass.
saying, could the fence be constructed, well,
I think we-
past the boundaries of the right-of-way?
What if we had a fence constructed
Right,
blocking the rear yard from the common driveway?
yes.
Okay.
Where property landscaped.
Landscaping in the rear yard, green
Yeah,
space.
green space. That was my point, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I wasn't more clear.
That's okay. I'm sorry I didn't pick up on it. Okay. And then I would like to put a completion date. I would like to be a little more generous with time than 4 or 5 months. I would prefer that the completion date be approximately for the November meeting.
Yeah, I think that's good. I was going to say, hopefully before snow falls.
And the November meeting is November 14th.
Because they always take longer.
And finally, applicant to submit a deposit of $5,000.
One bed.
To be returned to the applicant upon satisfactory completion of the project in accordance with the special permit. And to be forfeited to the city's general fund.
Forfeited?
Forfeited. If the project is not satisfactorily completed within 18 months.
Can we have it go to the building department demolition fund?
No, I don't think so. It's got to go to the general fund.
We may have to revise that condition anyway. It's going to have to undergo some review. It's a novel concept. So that may result in a modified special permit to make sure that we are in compliance with the law. I think that's a lot of conditions. I think I'm satisfied with those conditions. And
You okay with that?
I'd like to ask for a motion.
Yes, but I heard something about mention of new sidings. Do you like script all the sidings and put new sidings around the building?
Well,
I don't know, because the sidings looks okay. You just need repairs
We
because
already had that conversation during the visit. There's a lot of broken siding, it's 25 years old, you won't be able to match it.
it's a white siding, so it could be matched. So I could find that because it's not like it just little broke like patches that need to be gone on top of it. It's not the whole sidings need to be ripped off.
what about the front?
The front side is good.
No, I'm saying, could you do the front?
You say what?
Could you do just the front?
He's saying, can you replace the
The way it looks good from the street, so.
Because
They just want it to be visually,
Clean.
aesthetically
Aesthetic.
pleasing.
You repairs around, maybe do the front?
because
So I think,
power washing.
one?
Didn't do the site
Hold on.
visit.
I think what he's saying is that obviously he looked at the sightings, right? He saw that there was areas that needed to be done. He
Yes,
also
we had
know.
a site visit, and that's where that recommendation came from.
Okay.
So again, we're trying to set the precedent on how this project is going to be done, and I can already see that if we just want to keep compromising, that it's not going to be a quality project.
So there's, just speaking on his behalf, at the amount of work, right? So there's quite a bit of work, and we're willing to do it at a quality. There's also keeping in mind that we're trying to make sure that he doesn't go like completely, because you already know he's been in it for months paying a mortgage on a property at, I think, maybe 12%, right? Trying to keep the project alive. We definitely want to bring back.
All right, so I had closed the public hearing, and I've allowed this for a little bit, but let's bring an end to it, please. Thank you. I have some alternative language from the building commissioner on the water mitigation that I think I'm going to use in the special permit decision, if you don't mind. That's going to be some general language on how to mitigate the water in the basement. Otherwise, I think that is the conditions, and I'd be looking for a motion from the board.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion under ZBA 2023-02 for the property at 479 Water Street for a special permit as requested with the conditions as notated by the chair.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, with 4-1, the special permit passes and is granted.
Thank you.
I wish you very good luck with this project. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Obviously come back if you
Yeah.
have problems.
So,
I'm just saying, if you find something really bad,
We'll be
you have to
in
change
touch
gears.
regarding the deposit. Like I said, I do need to make sure that we do that appropriately, and we'll let you know how it should be. You should contact the building department for the next steps in the project. Make sure that you record your special permit decision. Okay. Thank you, and have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Calling the next matter, which is ZBA 2023-10, 21 Union Street. This is a request for a special permit to reinstate and change the use of a vacant or abandoned building from a church to a single-family dwelling pursuant to 181.333, located in the residential C district. Sir, I believe you are Mr. Lewis Colton? Yes. Okay. Please have a seat. Take your time.
With apologies, I am in extreme pain right now, so. Okay.
So please go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry?
Please go ahead and give us the overview of the project.
This is a property, 21 Union Street. It is presently it is a church with a mixed-use resident on the top, on the second floor. The folks, or the women, the present owner who has it, needless to say, is in extreme financial difficulties. The property has been abandoned for a couple of years now. But be that as it may, what she is trying to do is she's trying to sell it, and what she's discovering that in order to sell it, she can't sell it the way it is, and so she wants to move forward with what we believe is the proper approach to make this property be contextual and fit in with the neighborhood, which is other 1- and 2-family dwellings. And what we are doing is, you probably see in the drawings I submitted, that we are turning this building into a single-family dwelling. She believes, and she has a buyer lined up, that will make this property now become, it'll go on the tax rolls. It'll be consistent with the neighborhood. I will make this statement. I used to be a building commissioner and was also a board member. And what I do know and struggled with is when a property would come in and want to be, that was covered under Dover, and it would force, I won't, I'm trying to be careful about this, as we all have to be, but it would get into a neighborhood which by right it can be, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it fits in that neighborhood. And if you've seen this property, you'll notice it stands out like a bit of a sore thumb. It doesn't fit with the rest of the neighborhood. And so I think that's one of those efforts, and myself as an architect is looking at a way that we could take this property, make this acceptable and marketable, which it is now, which the woman does now have a buyer, but the buyer wants to buy it as a single family. And she knows that it's better and it's easier for her to get this property off her hands if she could sell it as a one family, because it will fit in the neighborhood. So that is what we've done. So this property goes back to 1900. And it has some issues here, and one of the big issues, and I'm sure you're all going to be addressing that, as I've already heard from everybody through the evening, is that the property is on a street. None of the houses on this block have parking except on the street. There is no off-street parking for any of these buildings. Evidently, this has worked out through the decades. And I would say that may have worked out well, except for when it became a church, because now the impact that the church had on this neighborhood is no longer two units per family. Now we're talking about a number of 8, 9, 10, maybe even 20 cars that would be necessary and impact that neighborhood. So I'm going to list the benefits of what we're looking to do by turning it into a one family. Number one, we want to take this property off of the abandoned roll and turn it into a tax generating piece of property. That's number one. Number two, the property will be fixed up, and it will be attractive as a one family that it should be in this neighborhood and become contextual with the rest of the neighborhood. I believe that we will be removing the issue of the intensity of parking. That will no longer be the issue if it's no longer a church, and I think it will be a benefit to the entire to the city, and we're going to the woman, the owner, is going to make that effort, and the buyer is very interested in doing that himself. But again, here we are in a situation where we do not have off-street parking. Now, what I want to be able to express that this property, when it was originally built, it was built as, I think, a one or two family, and everybody on that block did not have off-street parking. I have no other way of getting off-street parking except trying to get an agreement with anybody in the area, which I will tell you I have done quite a bit of delayed work and talked to everybody I could to try to get an agreement to get off-street parking in properties nearby. For instance, there's across the street, there's what appears to be a very large parking lot. It belongs to the School for Housing. And as much as I've tried to convince them, they simply said every single spot has been assigned to a student, and there's no spaces available there. There's another from the University of Pittsburgh. Again, they will not let anybody other than somebody that's associated with the university to be making that kind of agreement. There is parking in public, in public parking, and we could talk about that or try to deal with it. But what I want to be able to try and bring to the table here is that this building, when it originally was built, it was approved with the parking situation that it was. So if we were going to say anything, I would say that that it originally was not, it was a pre-existing non-conforming use, which was granted a special permit for the church to do what it was doing with its parking. Now I'm coming back to you all and the board and saying I'm going to remove that issue. I want to take that church and its use off the table and bring it back to where it was originally approved, and use that as my argument. The thing I also want to be able to point out, if you've ever, as I've gone back and forth to that neighborhood, the houses that are there, plus the width of this house as its frontage, it allows for on-street parking to have 2 spots, and the other units that are on that block, which are considerably wider, also have more than enough width on the street. And when you take that into account, over the decades, there does not seem to have been an issue of not having enough parking. There has seemed, from what I understand and spoke to the neighbors, there's never been an issue on that street for off-street parking. So that's the presentation that I make before the board here. So those are the issues. I think that the primary issue is that the owner of this building needs to get this off of. It's financially. I know it's not an issue to be really discussed, but I'd like to bring it up nonetheless because it's the primary force that's causing this woman to get this property off her hands. And the other idea is that it's an abandoned property, and I'd like to see it fixed up, and I think that everybody here would like to see it fixed up. So those are the premises of which we want to move forward and make this a single-family residence.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry for the difficulty you're experiencing in being here.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry for the difficulty you're having today.
That's okay. It's my surgeon is going to beat the daylights out of me when I get home.
The last time you were before us, you stated that there was an existing agreement for the sale of the property. Is that still the case?
Yes, there's an agreement. There is an agreement. I think that there's what happened, unfortunately, because of the snowstorm that occurred here. Everything was trying to rapidly move forward. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So another month has impacted the whole deal, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's holding together, but there's some tension there. I will be able to. Again, I'm not representing the buyer. I am representing the owner.
Yes.
So I'm not representing any of the other people, and I'm trying to see to it that this woman will be able to sell this property.
Okay.
I don't know if you've had the chance to look at the floor plans, but there will be some significant alterations necessary to convert this because this building was altered primarily for a church use. So that whole first floor is a church, and even portions of it at the second floor were supporting it, the church use. Going in there and now making a single family out of this was a little bit of a challenge, but I think that we came up with a pretty interesting and acceptable plan. I think everybody seems to be pleased with it, and that's what we presented to you, and I showed you with regards to the floor plan.
So my question to you, because this is the college district, and my concern is that this is actually going to be used for student housing, that it's going to be rented out as 4 separate units, whether it's to the current buyer or to a future buyer, because it's the use that is.
If you'll notice the plan, mm-hmm. It's pretty hard to break this into student housing the way I'm designing it. It's designed for a larger family. It's a good-sized house without dispute, but it's designed to be a single-family home. And if you'll notice, it's not really easy to turn this into student housing, which would mean I'd have to create pockets, or at least, elements within the building to become self-contained within themselves. It'd be very difficult to do the way I designed it and the way I intended it to be.
Okay. As I look at this, how many bathrooms and how many bedrooms?
4 bedrooms.
4 bathrooms?
And 4 bathrooms. And powder rooms, too.
So I would say that when I look at this, what I see is something that could be for individual rented bedrooms with private bath and shared common, which is something that happens quite frequently in the...
It would be hard to do, though, because of the
It
kitchens.
happens quite frequently in the college area.
Yeah, I got one kitchen, so that's hard.
Have you looked into the issue of rental spaces at the train station garage at the end of the street?
Yeah, 4 blocks away. It's a little expensive. I would hope that we could make a case for the pre-existing non-conforming use that it originally had. I think that if necessary, and if it had to be, there's that option of doing that. But like I said, it seems that the block has been satisfied with the amount of the ability to park on the street. Again, it's an existing condition. It's a conundrum, if anything else. I mean, here was a building that was built, and they said, they didn't give any place that you could put off-street parking the way they built it.
No, it's built almost out to the lines. You can barely walk around the building.
Exactly. I mean,
yeah.
You brought up something that I've been hearing you bring up for everybody else, and that is snow removal and snow storage. And I'm sitting here scratching my head because this is literally block to block. From one end of the block, it's just solid housing, and from curb to the back property is solid housing. So I don't know where in the world we would be talking about snow removal, except they would have to take it off-site and just ship it out.
I'm also going to note, just from my observations driving around that neighborhood block and also looking at this from above on Google Maps, every other building on that block has off-street parking. They have a driveway, they have a garage, they have a parking area. Every other house has off-street parking.
Not on this block.
Yep. The house next door on both sides has off-street parking. The house at the end of the building has off-street parking. The house behind it has off-street parking. Yeah, they all do. So, I think it's actually in your favor, because if they have off-street parking, then it lessens the congestion on the street. It's a small street, and it's a one-way street, and there's only parking allowed on one side. Yeah. I am going to open this up to questions in a moment. Do you have anything else you wanted to offer before I do?
I'm hoping I'm addressing most of the issues what I think you all are concerned about, and be happy to address any other concerns that you might bring up.
Thank you.
Appreciate
the presentation.
Going to switch back to Zoom now. Is there any person either here present in person or virtually who has any comments or wants to speak on this petition? I see none. So I'm going to move on to the board members. Mr. Gallagher, I'm going to go with you first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For clarification purposes, you're actually here on behalf of the prospective buyers or the seller?
Seller.
Of the seller.
Correct.
Okay.
Who is that? Who is that?
They don't live here. They live in Florida. Actually, they were in Puerto Rico, and they've just going back and forth. So they're now in Florida now. The name, it's on the application there.
Is that Josephine Perez?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yep. Is the building currently vacant?
Yes.
And
for 2 years now.
For 2 years. So it's lost its protected status. Okay. Do you know what the roof is consisting
Yeah, it's
of?
in good shape. And
Is it
also-
asphalt or is it slate, sir?
Asphalt shingles. And I believe it's a couple of layers. I also tore the wall open, the point that was raised earlier, whether it was insulated. It is not.
Right.
And on my drawings, I call for sprayed-in insulation. That would have to occur. The other interesting thing about buildings this age, it's quite interesting. It's constructed with short-leaf yellow pine. It's almost an extinct species. It's also self-protective to insect infestation. So what I've seen with regards to the structure, it's just solid. It is just solid as it could be. I didn't see any deterioration, so it's held up pretty well.
Yes, I would agree to you. It appears to be very solid. I guess I'm questioning the roof because I have to go back and look at it again in fairness, but it looked like the roof was constructed of slate.
Of slate?
Slate, yes. And if that is the case, certainly the way snow comes off of slate,
yeah, that's for sure.
That would be a safety issue for anyone who would happen to be at the perimeter of the building as that snow starts to rumble. It's like a train and a couple of tons come down.
You have to put cleats in the...
It would have to have snow guards around it.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So,
Wow. All right, that's interesting. I think the area that I was looking at, I thought was asphalt. But
I'm going to look at it through Google
Yeah, I'll
Maps.
check it on
I thought I had seen some slate that was loose on the sides when I was out at the site.
We'll check it myself.
And total number of bedrooms were?
There's really four.
There's 4 bedrooms?
Yeah, pretty good-sized bedrooms.
Okay. And what about using public parking that's actually not too far away?
It starts, there's parking, there's public parking. There's three.
Correct.
There's 3 public parking space locations. A little bit on the pricey side. It's $65 per month per space. There is, I guess you could say, a deduction, which is something I'm going to be talking about, and that is there is a space on the top floor that you could get for $15 a month. It's a little bit further away. Again, I will bring this up to the seller and see what she wants to do. Like I said, her purpose here is she wants to get it.
Well, I understand that, yeah. Well, that may be an option to look at public parking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Byrne?
I have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Chartrand?
No, I don't have any questions. I've been in this building, and it is odd. It is a church. It is one of the strangest things I've ever seen in the city.
Well, if you look at
it
the
looks like a
plan-
house. You go inside. There's a platform, podium. I mean, it's all there. It really is a non-conforming use kind of in the middle of that area.
Do you have the plan in front of you?
Yeah, I see it. Like I said, I've been in the building. When I first heard of it, I was skeptical, and then when I actually saw it, I was like, this is a legitimate church inside this house.
It took some doing to design it.
Like you
to
said,
make
it will be a lot of work to change it because it's a church. There's no doubt. That said, does have apartment above, which they were using. And if it reverts to a single family, I don't see how that would be any much different than having that. But I will say I definitely do not like all the individual bathrooms. People are notorious in Fitchburg for renting to students, and they just share the whole place. It happens. So other than that, I don't really have too many other concerns. You're right, there's no parking. But a single-family use would definitely be a lot less parking than a church. I mean, there's no way to argue around that. There would definitely be a decrease, but right now it's been sitting for 2 years. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin?
I would certainly like to see this converted back to a single family. I would certainly like to see it be rehabilitated more than I would like to see it converted back to a single family.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
I said I would really like to see this converted back to a single family.
Sure.
But I really want to see it rehabilitated. So the question is, how do we get there with conditions?
Well,
Because this is a very interesting situation. We have an applicant that just immediately wants to sell it, and we have buyers that are, probably not going to know about the conditions.
so,
By the time we get to a decision and a filing, and
So the special permit would need to be recorded, and I believe what we have right now, where it's a church with an ability to occupy, there's going to have to be, in order for these interior renovations to occur, we're going to have a building permit pulled
And a dumpster.
and a dumpster.
That's going to be the hard part.
That's interesting where to put it.
Permit.
That's going to be the hard part. It will be probably a small dumpster.
Permit, because it would be on the street.
And again, I would definitely want a condition in that this cannot be used for student housing. I'm not against student housing. However, when you have a building that is 3 feet on each side from your abutter, I don't think it's fair to
Stick 4 kids.
present property owners that abut this to allow that density to occur in the building. So how do we get here?
So, do you have any more questions of the applicant before we move to deliberations?
No, and I would want to see bathrooms removed. This doesn't look like it's designed for a family.
Okay. If you have anything else to add, you're welcome. Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing.
No, I guess what I would, if it's at all possible, and urge that, again, this woman is trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible, and we've had some setbacks, so if there's anything that could be done to kind of move it along, we would appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. If there's no objection, I'm going to close public hearing and move to deliberations. So at this point, I'd like to have a discussion of potential conditions that would get us to the goal of having this rehabbed, having it not used for student housing, have it not be a burden on the parking system. I believe that the slate roof, and it is slate, needs to be repaired.
And Christine, may I add something?
Of course.
Not only to be repaired, but snow stops to be installed along the perimeter to limit the snow from coming down and actually killing somebody.
Okay.
Well understood.
Yeah.
I would think that if the slate is not in good shape, I'd almost want to have it removed altogether and just put an asphalt shingle.
Yeah,
That's probably your best
That's
solution.
what I was thinking. A new roof would be probably easier.
Yeah.
Certainly make that suggestion to them.
Yeah.
Again, it will be hard to even roof that thing and strip that slate with, it's going to be
There's such
very
limited
carefully.
space, yeah.
Very carefully.
Old siding to be removed, and exterior to be resided, and windows to be replaced.
The siding, unfortunately, is asphalt shingles.
Asphalt or asbestos?
Not asphalt, excuse me.
Asbestos.
Asbestos
Right.
shingles.
We're closed, right?
We are closed, and yet people keep asking questions.
Sorry.
and communicating with our petitioner.
It is asbestos, Madam Chair.
So,
But
It
that can be gone
appears to
over.
be asbestos.
It is.
No, it is.
so asbestos siding can be enclosed, it doesn't have to be removed.
Right, right.
So exterior siding, new exterior siding to be installed, I think would be the appropriate condition. And that way it could be either removed or covered over at their election.
Right.
That's common. That's
Vinyl, yeah.
That's pretty much what people do with it. They try to avoid, because asbestos goes to like Ohio. That's very expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that board members would like to see for the rehabilitation of the property?
Two baths?
Yeah.
Max.
2 up, 1 down.
Well,
I
I would
guess.
say, I would make a suggestion of no more than 2.5 baths.
Cannot be used as student housing.
Not be used as
Or,
students' housing.
what? Anything that would prevent it, we need language so that it is not used for anything other than a single family.
Or a lodging house.
Whatever has to be put in there. Or
And
rental. Owner occupied?
I don't think we can do that.
No.
I would love to be able to do that, but I don't think we can do that.
Don't know the condition of the porches and all that, but, you know, I'm okay with looking favorably at this. My concern is getting the building rehabilitated, because it's in a lot of disrepair, and it's been abandoned, unused for 2 years, so.
My further suggestion would be that off-street parking be provided through leasing or rental arrangements, including the garages, 2 spaces.
Yeah. See, Joe and I went there just before we got here, and already the whole street was full on the opposite side. And I'm looking at this saying, if this is, either we deny it, we have them knock down the front of the house, make it smaller and put off-street parking, or we just allow this one with conditions to get it rehabilitated and say, park wherever you can legally. And let them deal with their own parking situation. Again, it's a buyer beware. They can't park, they can't park on the side of the street that the property's on, because there's, you know, the road doesn't meet today's, you know, dimensional requirements.
So I will say that if we have the no student housing or lodging house provision, that alleviates much of my concern about parking. Okay, so I'd be willing to strike that condition about off-street parking. And
Again, trying to strike a balance
always,
and be accommodating.
we should put in a provision that exterior renovations specified to be completed.
We're closed, sir.
To be completed within 6 months. Because I can key it to the building permit, but I don't know that they're ever going to pull that. So let's say within 6 months, set a review. We can say no occupancy permit to issue. But there is an existing apartment.
Might I address that issue?
No.
It's another tricky one. We're dealing with unique situations tonight.
Yes, we are. That's why we are innovative and responsive.
Do we put a condition in that within a certain time frame, the new property owner come before the board and?
So we can schedule a review for 3 months, for 2 months out. That would be certainly plenty of time for a closing to complete. Review 2 months. exterior repairs to be completed within 6 months.
Other
And
conditions subject to property owners' review with the board? How do we kind of?
Can't put that in there.
no.
Okay.
Special permit to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds within 45 days, or the special permit shall expire. So it would be good if the special permit is put on record at the same time as the closing, if they want to proceed to use the property as a single family. The 2-month date would bring us to June, that is June 13th. Any other conditions?
Has anybody viewed around the property? You said you were
I've been in it, yeah.
long ago.
Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Porch conditions?
I don't recall.
Yeah.
I don't recall. No, I was really blown away by the interior. It pretty much blinded me to everything else.
Okay, so I'd like to move this along to a conclusion because we have one more matter and it is almost 10:30.
That's right. It's almost
All right.
dinner time.
So I'm looking for a motion in the affirmative on this matter with the conditions as discussed.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Special permit granted. Sir, I think you are very knowledgeable in what you need to do moving forward to help the seller and the buyer.
What was the June 6th date? What was that? Explain.
June 13th.
What is that date? What is that date?
June 13th is a review date.
Okay.
And then the other date to mark is 45 days
Right,
from
for the appeal
the
period.
recording.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thank you very much. I hope you feel better, sir.
Thank you. I do too.
And good luck. Calling the next and final matter, which is ZBA 2023-06, 220 to 222 Clarendon Street. This is a request for a special permit. This is a request for a special permit under 181.94 to change a nonconforming use to another more detrimental use from a 2-family to a 3-family on a structure that's located in the residential B district. Ms. Green, have a good night, sir. Please have a seat. And if you could each say your name and address so that we can record it in the minutes. Thank you.
Leslie Green, 220 Clarendon Street, Fitchburg.
Thank you, sir.
Veronica Green, 220, 222 Clarendon Street.
Thank you. So I know that we have had several delays bringing this forward to a full hearing. I know that one of the issues was a parking plan was needed and that you had submitted that. Does any board member need to see the parking plan?
I do, Madam Chair.
Me as well.
Okay. I'm going to make sure that is passed around. Or really, Ms. Mata is going to make sure it's passed around.
You just have one copy. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mercedes.
You can just put it out on the bottom.
So can you take a moment to give us a brief overview of the project, what you're looking to do?
Yes. So at this point, we're looking to convert the existing 2-family, basically just add what is currently just a 3rd floor, partially finished attic. There's a bathroom up there already. The floors are already like hardwood floors, basically just converting that to a 1-bedroom unit for our in-laws. My in-laws, her parents.
Okay. How many bedrooms will be in the
Just
3rd
one.
unit? Just one?
Just one, yes.
How many bathrooms?
Just one as well.
I am just a little curious because usually when we have units converted for in-laws, they're on the first floor and not the third floor. How are you going to manage the accessibility issue for your mother?
Well, they currently live on the third floor of their building in Saugus, and just that is a lot larger of a third floor to go up. So we figured that it would be a little bit easier for them. And once they're on the second floor, which is a not very large set of stairs, it's not that much difference to get up to the third floor.
This is before us because it's a non-conforming structure, which means it doesn't meet certain setbacks in the district. I think it doesn't meet the front yard setback is the issue. But you are still going to need to go to the planning board to get permission to use it as a three-family. Yes. But it's allowed by special permit in this district. Okay. And you are planning on providing all 6 off-street parking spaces?
Yes, it's right on the proposed parking plan. All of them fit the 9 by 18 criteria that we discussed earlier. And there's also space, if you look at the plan, there's that 9,800 square feet behind the parking and in front of the shed that would be used for snow removal. So the existing driveway, we usually just push it up there and push it right up to that fence that we have there. And the entire property is fenced in the rear as well. So that wouldn't cause any additional traffic concerns to Chester Street or Clarendon Street. All of the proposed parkers would be able to back out or drive out right into the existing driveway and drive onto Clarendon and or Chester Street without any issues or in terms of backing out onto the street.
Okay. All right. How long, are there going to be any exterior modifications other than the parking?
No exterior modifications, no. We're just going to be paving the driveway and creating the space for the parking. But aside from that, no modifications to the home itself.
What about egress?
The second egress will be inside. Will be built on basically connecting the current egress that's in there already.
So do you currently have one exterior egress and one interior?
No, all of the interior egresses are interior at this point.
Both are interior?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe it showcases that on the building plans. It shows the proposed egresses as well.
Okay. How long do you think it will take to complete the project?
I wouldn't say any more than like 4 to 6 months. I wouldn't see it. Even that seems a little on the long side. But just giving some of your advice to people a little bit earlier, I figured we go with the 4 to 6 month time frame.
Okay. Thank you. I think your lot is slightly undersized, too. I think that's another one of the ways it's non-conforming. I think it's a 10,000 square foot district, and it's 9797.
Right under that threshold.
Slightly under. But the building has obviously been there for a long time, so. We had received some communications on this petition that I think I mentioned the last time you were here. Mercedes, do you have the letters that we received? I don't. Okay, let me see if I can find them.
On that Google box, I was trying to pull that up.
So it's appropriate for us to read them into the record, and I want to make sure that you address anything that's raised. Okay. So I have here a letter from Paul Boudreau, who resides at 102 Chester Street, and states that he's resided there since 1988. He says, I have experienced the evolution of the neighborhood since then. This letter is in opposition to the special permit. Another apartment will mean more parking problems, congestion, noise and traffic, and ruin the peaceful enjoyment of our properties. Clarendon Street, Chester Street, and Beach Street are impacted by the traffic from Cleghorn Plumbing, Kid Stop Daycare, Martinez
Road construction, which I think they've moved.
It says Martinization. Food delivery vehicles and internet shopping has raised insurance rates for residents. Since COVID, traffic has increased exponentially from food delivery, Uber vehicles, and internet shopping. While a new apartment would provide Fitchburg with needed revenue, the impact analysis would show the damage to the residents who also pay taxes. Thank you. And then we have another email from Gary Bergeron at 114 Chester Street. He has lived there for 67 years, and he was born there. So he states that he wasn't a recent entrance to the neighborhood. This letter is in strict opposition to the special permit. I see no reason other than personal profit for allowing the rules to be broken. In permitting this, another apartment will mean more parking problems, congestion, noise, traffic, and above all, delivery trucks and cars stopping, blocking traffic, turning around and ruining the peaceful enjoyment of our properties. That property's driveway is a single car width wide going from Clarendon Street to Chester Street, which is only good for two families because someone has to move in order for a car in the inner portion of the drive to leave. There are only two apartments now, and already their lawn is torn to mud, and they congest Chester Street with parked cars and traffic. As you well know, Clarendon Street is so busy and dangerous that all traffic from various businesses and rental houses use Chester Street for most of their traffic, parking, snow removal, and other activity like trash pickup. This makes the street unnecessarily disturbed. I must add that I have never seen a renter in my area helping to maintain a clean neighborhood because they never seem to have any skin in the game. The landlords are usually in it just for the money. When my parents built my house on Chester Street, it was a highly desirable place to live, and now not so much. This is due to more rental properties used for profit and less owner-occupied homes. Personally, I think there should be more restrictions, not less. The bottom line is there are zoning rules that need to be adhered to, and another apartment is no good reason. Once allowed, it could be sold as profit and likely used for the business use of apartment rentals, which is bad for the neighborhood. Please deny. Thank you. Okay. So would you like to respond to those two letters?
Absolutely. I think we've definitely discussed the parking and how that would not be impacted in any way. Snow removal as well. We have a great plan and have consistently been using it thus far, never impacting Chester Street or Clarendon Street with any of our snow removal issues. In terms of the traffic, we don't necessarily have any impact there as well. We are only bringing one other additional vehicle to the site, so that wouldn't have any direct impact on multiple vehicles. Our mother-in-law or my mother-in-law wouldn't be doing too much leaving, coming and going in terms of driving her car. She maybe goes out once or twice a week, usually just to the store or something like that. So traffic wouldn't be impacted. Doesn't do any internet shopping or anything like that, so I don't think we would have any issues there. But then in terms of the viability of the neighborhood, I don't think any noise would be impacted as well, like we shouldn't party or anything like that. And it will continue to be owner-occupied. It's not a for-profit situation. My wife grew up on Clarendon Street, actually was a renter on Clarendon Street for a very long time. So we know for a fact that renters do actually have skin in the game and usually like to take care of the place where they reside every day. She works at Mount Wachusett now for the past 5 years, so we have no plans on leaving Fitchburg. So it will continue, and as it has since we purchased it, to be an owner-occupied property. So none of the concerns that were brought up in the letter would necessarily impact us with what our plans are at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. I am just going to ask officially for the record whether anybody would like to, any member of the public would like to speak on this matter. There are no other people here besides the applicants and the board. And there's one person, for some reason, still remaining online, but does not seem to be active or asking to speak. Therefore, I'm going to ask generally if the board has any questions for the applicants. Mr. Gallagher, I'm going to go to you first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a third floor bathroom on the third floor currently?
Yes.
And do you plan on doing any repairs to that?
Basically just bringing it up to modernization, like new vanity. In terms of the plumbing and everything like that, it works perfectly fine.
Okay.
Right? We would just add like a new mirror, vanity, things like that would make it more aesthetically pleasing. But in terms of that, there are no other like mechanical issues that we're aware of at this moment.
All right. And one bedroom, you said, on the second floor as
Yes.
well? Any other living space?
There will be a living room, kitchen,
So
dining
living
area,
room
but
and a full kitchen?
Yes.
Does the kitchen currently exist?
no, there's nothing up there at this point, other than the bathroom and an area for a bedroom and a
Okay.
closet.
Yeah. And you had mentioned this is for your in-laws, correct?
Yes, or my in-laws, her parents.
Yeah. Your parents, okay. And you addressed the issue of egresses. You said there were 2 internal egresses.
Yes.
Okay. And I did look at your parking plan. I do agree with you that there's a sufficient room for snow removal to actually push back onto the property. How long do you think it would take you to complete this project?
I think between the paving and just making sure all of the aesthetics are properly there, this kitchen is installed properly, I wouldn't see more than like 4 to 6 months.
4 to 6 months.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there any work planned to do, any planned work to do on any of the additional units on the first and second floor?
No, nothing would need to change there.
This is strictly about the third floor, correct?
Exactly. There's an area on the second floor that would just need to be closed off because basically allowing for the third floor to have private access. But aside from that, there would be basically just a wall being placed there, but no other changes to that unit or the first floor at all, or basement, nothing else.
Accessory apartment.
Okay. And this would strictly be for the use of your in-laws, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Chartrand, any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Byrne, any questions?
Maybe I'm wrong, but I was under the opinion that when you want to construct an in-law apartment, it has to be constructed in a way that it can be taken out when it is no longer needed, and it cannot, and the apartment building that it's in cannot be sold as a 3-family, or it can't be sold as a 2-family with an in-law apartment, because it has a sunset clause on it.
Right, but they're not asking for an accessory, they're asking for a full apartment.
Right.
They are asking for the full
Is
third
that,
unit.
am I right on that?
But
I couldn't find it in the book.
the, I know that was the
That was the
prior.
case.
Yeah, that was
now?
absolutely, and there was a 5-year renewal clause that was required.
That's been removed.
And that was changed in the recent renovation.
We'll tell you that in the legislature right now, there is a bill to make accessory apartments by right. And it's probably going to get traction because the housing crisis. So we'll deal with that when it changes.
Okay, so I guess I was, I'm sorry. Flipped me in the last
No, you're right.
You're right.
It's just the zoning bylaws allows applicants to come in before the board for relief for an accessory apartment in a single-family home that is larger than the present owner has
I
a need
remember that in the
for.
book, but I can't find
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And there's an 800 square foot limitation as
Yeah,
well.
18134, I think it is, or 30.
But this is a full third unit that needs to go
Yeah.
before the planning board as well after they are here for us. So it is at section 181.3212.
181 what?
Wait, 3212.
Okay.
While Mr. Byrne is looking at that section, Mr. McLaughlin, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't.
Do you have a contractor engaged to perform the work?
Yes, we haven't signed any paperwork yet. Wanted to just get all of the permitting
this done.
situated first and make sure that this was something that would be viable. But yes, we do have a contractor in mind.
Okay. Do you know whether the third floor is more than 800 square feet?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. I'll just make a comment that while it's a bit unfortunate that I think almost all of the green space you have is going to be consumed by the parking lot, I think having all of the parking be off-street at this point in time will be actually an improvement in the parking situation, because before it was tandem parking on a single-width driveway. Now you are going to have 6 spaces, which I think is one more than is required.
It's under residential uses.
Which is good, because you'll have a guest
Accessory
space.
uses, 1.32.
And it will all be off-street. It will have snow removal, and it'll have that fence around it. Did the plan mark where the trash barrels were to be stored?
So we have the plan to keep them in the little area under the shed that has a little roof. So it's shown right there on the plans as well. But
And that shed is going to remain?
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, all right.
There is still space there for a swing set. We double checked, so that will be intact in that green space for the summer. So
No, it will be nice to have this swing set there and usable. So that's good to hear. Okay.
and we
are
do
you
take
planning
care
on
of our yard.
paving
We
the-
don't allow it to get to mud. I don't know how that was proposed, but we take very good care of our yard. Yeah.
Are you planning on paving both the parking area and the driveway with
Yes,
asphalt?
absolutely.
Okay. Right. So, Mr. Byrne, do you think you're going to have some more questions? or
No,
shall
I'm
we
fine
close
now.
the
I got
public hearing?
Bridges. This is good.
Okay, great. Then, without objection, I'm going to close public hearing. And we're going to move to deliberations, so
Thank you.
That's it.
that means we talk to just each other, so. All right, so because the off-street parking is resolved and it's a neighborhood of multifamily dwellings, and because we have only one bedroom going in, I am generally inclined to approve this with some conditions on there. Does anyone else have any commentary on general feelings about the petition, thoughts and emotions? Okay.
You know, I'm going to say something. I'm not in favor, because when you move from a 2 to a 3, it requires sprinklers. It requires a whole new meter. It is a crap load of work. They would be better off making everything except an apartment for their in-law and just making an extra room up there. You know, and then there wouldn't be any worry about 3-family, because just renovating would be a regular permit. So that's my concern, is that it would be very expensive to do this way.
Can you think of another resolution that the board could offer?
No, like I said, I mean, if they just renovated the space for use and didn't put a kitchen in it, that'd be a regular building permit. Wouldn't be any board involvement.
Going from a 2 to a 3 requires sprinkler?
Yeah, because you're going from the 1 and 2 family dwelling code into the 3 family dwelling code. And 3 family dwelling code says all our use gets sprinkler. That's a change in use. It's going to be major surgery. There's no getting out of that.
So I'm thinking
You
that,
could do a tank system, but I mean, you're talking sprinkling every unit. That's a lot of money. It'd be like 50, 60 grand. And it won't be just, putting in stairs.
Interesting.
I'm going to note that an applicant who doesn't want to take advantage of the relief that we offer them can choose to proceed otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, that's my position. I mean,
Yeah. It's a good point, but something that I think needs to be examined by the applicant rather than us.
Right.
Yeah. Does anybody have any other comments? I have a list of condition talking points we've been going through. So conditions would be the 3rd unit to contain no more than 1 bedroom and 1 bath. The parking to be constructed according to the plan, dated whatever the date the plan is. No exterior modifications to be made to the building due to the conversion of the 3rd unit. The parking area and driveway to be paved with asphalt and parking striped. I would target a completion date of November the 14th. And property to be kept clean during construction, any dumpsters used to be emptied regularly. Anyone have any thoughts on other conditions?
Are we deliberating?
We are deliberating.
It's a quandary, because I am all for us taking care of our parents and providing for them. But we've had so much conversion in the city from singles to 2s and 2s to 3 and the density, and I always look at the abutters and their concerns, right? It's tough. I also look in that it's a 2-family and there's another unit for family to move into versus rental. And then there's,
well, like you said, that's not our concern.
Not our concern.
no, I was going to say then there's the option to utilize the 3rd floor with everything except for a kitchen, right? It's not considered a unit at that point.
All right. I in response to that, I certainly, increase in density is an issue. At the same time, about a month ago, I attended a planning conference where the keynote address from the Lieutenant Governor was we need to increase the number of housing units because we are 200,000 short
Yep.
in Massachusetts.
In Harvard, Princeton, Wellesley,
I think we're doing our part. I agree with you.
and all the NIMBY communities.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yep. I do think we're doing our part. I don't see this, given the number of bedrooms, it's limited to 1. I don't
agree.
see that as a high impact conversion. But, I share your concern about the continual buildup that we have in properties here. So, If there's no other comment, I'm going to ask for a motion in the affirmative for allowance with the conditions noted, and a review date.
I might as well make that motion and complete the evening on ZBA 2023-06 for Veronica Green for the property at 220 to 222 Clarendon Street for the special permit request to change from a 2-family to a 3-family.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I'm contemplating a review date of November 14th.
With all the conditions as notated by the chair.
Thank you, sir. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So that means that the special permit has failed because a 4-person vote is required in order of the 5 members to pass the matter. I am sorry that you are undergoing this experience, but it sounds like Mr. Chartrand may have given you a suggestion for a better path forward.
You can definitely get a permit and renovate it, you know what I mean? But it wouldn't be a 3, it would still be a 2.
Thank you for that suggestion. Thank you for that suggestion. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I wouldn't want to approve the permit and then you have to spend $50,000 or $60,000 and not be able to use it.
Yeah, no, that makes
I
sense.
doubt you were thinking about doing that.
No. But thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening. I am looking, unless anybody has any other business to announce, for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are done for the night. A good evening to everybody watching virtually, and we will see you in May. Night.
Yeah, this stuff here.